scrimmage and 2 touchdowns in the win. The D comes up with a stop in the final minute to secure the win. Niners now travel to Seattle on Saturday for a divisional round playoff game. Catch that game right here on Sactown Sports 1140 beginning at 4 o'clock.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Tune in every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the Toyota Tahoe Report with Johnny Mosley and me, Elena, bringing you the latest weather conditions up at Tahoe. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, Toyota. Let's go places.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys.
Sure, the Kings won last night, and Fred Warner's practice window has been open. And Mike Tomlin has resigned in Pittsburgh. So we got our hands full today, but we have to start with this. Jay, Whitey, Allen Stiles, I got to start by saying you have the greatest T-shirt ever.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You like it?
I do like it. My grandfather on my mother's side played for the San Francisco Seals. Briefly.
Did you tell me that?
No. I've probably told you about my dad's uncle was a pitcher in the majors, but my mom's father, my grandfather, he played briefly for the San Francisco Seals.
See?
Yeah.
Small world.
Yeah. Awesome shirt.
Thank you very much. You know, it's with Jeff Passan saying that the Giants are looking to make a trade. I said, let me get the good mojo going and wear my Seal shirt.
Yeah. I need to learn from you as far as your attitude with the Kings, because they won last night, 2 in a row, as we know, 124-112 over the Lakers. And I find myself, Alan, at the end of these games, getting a little, but what does that do to their lottery odds? And you don't care about that at all.
I don't know. I mean, right now, and I know Matt was saying they're in the danger zone, but I'm looking here, the number one spot, it's the Hawks have that pick. It's the Pelicans. 9 wins for them. 9 wins for the Pacers. I think that kind of helps you a little bit. So the Kings are tied for the worst record with the Wizards. And the only reason I would be a little bit worried, Whitey, is simply because we know the back end of the season is going to get a little bit lighter for the Kings. But again, like we talked about in Crosstalk, that's why if you are Scott Perry, you got to find a way to make a move here and get some of these guys out of here before they start finding their way, because there's no blaming any of them. There's no blaming Doug. You play to win the game, but if you're Scott Perry, you have to play to win the tank if that's what you want to do. So I don't look at the team. I think they're going to lose enough, but I look at it and say, well, yeah, if you keep this team together and then you have the back end of this season where it gets very, very, very light for you, that's not on the team. That's on Scott Perry to find a way to make a move here.
Is it too late to call off the tank? What do you think, Jay? Call it off. Let's go. Make a run.
Did we ever say it was on?
We never said it.
Well,
we don't use that.
I was going to say we don't use labels.
According to Scott Perry, he doesn't use rebuild either.
That's right.
No. I'm looking here, and Yeah, I mean,
I
they're
know.
still in prime taking position. You don't have to worry about that.
I know. I understand your point about the lottery, though, because, as we were discussing with Matt George, if you're bottom 3, then you get a 52.1% shot at a top 4 pick, but you're certainly not guaranteed a one. And if you're 4th, it's 48.1 and so on. I mean, even if you're 7th, you got about a 1 in 3 shot at a top 4 pick. So I know you're probably looking at Dallas last year, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the one to me, and we've talked about it too with the Jazz. The Jazz have been doing this for so long. They came out and said, a month or so ago, this is our last year. And now I don't know if they actually believe it or not, but they've said, all right, we tried our hand at it, 2 or 3 years, didn't get the number 1 pick. They were able to get Ace Bailey. They had to pull him, but they did get Ace Bailey. And now they're saying we're trying to move away from the tank. You got the Wizards. They make the move for Trae Young. So you're going to be there for a little bit, Whitey, but then after that, you get on out of there and, you could be in this thing for 3 years and not leave with the number 1 pick. We've seen it.
Yeah. The second night in a row, the Kings grabbed control of the game, and they just didn't give it back.
No, they were feeling it. They were feeling it.
They were making
night.
shots, 17 of 26 beyond the arc. I was thinking the last 2 games, wow, the offense looks a lot better. And when you shoot 65% from the three-point line, your offense is typically going to look pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it's a make-or-miss league, and I just want to give a quick shout-out to our guy, the pizza guy, Malik Monk. And, look, there's no point in going backwards now, but we had that conversation here on the debut of the new version of the Drive Guys, and I think we all kind of agreed there's no reason Malik Monk shouldn't be playing. And I gave some kudos to Brendan Nunez, who was on late last week, and they were getting ready to talk to Doug, and I just felt like Sacramento media in general had decided we have to go a little bit deeper here on this Malik Monk stuff because 1 + 1 is not equaling 2. And I give kudos to Doug for, kind of seeing what it is and understanding, okay, I got to go a little bit deeper here. We talked about it. Hey, does this seem like something that it's time to rehab this conversation? And clearly it was, and Malik answered the call.
Yeah, I know with him last night was all about the shooting, but he also had 8 assists. And to me, that gets back to something that I think is the real story with Malik Monk. And I think this organization in some ways did him wrong. I think in some ways he was made the fall guy for some of the things that went wrong last year. And I don't think it was, we're going to blame him. I think it was just kind of a miscalculation where from Scott Perry's very first press conference, what he said was, well, we don't have a true point guard. Well, Malik was your point guard last year after De'Aaron Fox got traded. And maybe Malik is not a top-flight NBA point guard, but he can play point in this league.
Yeah, and I'll continue to say it. When we had him on during media day, I asked him, it was a leading question, but I asked him and I said, doesn't it feel like this point guard thing got completely overblown? And I said, when I heard what you said, it felt like you just meant that point guard wasn't your number 1 position. Not that you can't play make or can't dribble the basketball. And he said, thank you. Yes, that's really what I meant by it. I didn't come up as a point guard. So from doing that, I think the big switch that happened was the idea that you could go from, and I think we all learned this together, maybe some of us already knew this, but to go from I'm filling in as point guard when De'Aaron's out or we switch off to being the number 1 point guard, especially in the league now when all these guys are 6'8" and all these hybrid point guards that are out here now. I think that's what we learned. Yeah, he can't be, to bring up baseball again, Whitey. Yeah, maybe he's not a starter for you, but he can get in there and he can spot start for you at times. And, he can be better version of Kai Wei Tang. He can be somebody for you, but he might not be Logan Webb, but he can spot start and still get some things done for you.
I think his biggest problem last year, and it wasn't a great year last year, he did average 17 points a game, but his other numbers were down. He was not as effective. I think his biggest issue last year was that he played the most minutes of his career, and I think that weighed on him a little bit. And I also think, all right, he was given the keys to the offense, and, that wasn't a great offense. It's kind of like, you're the quarterback now. Well, wait, this offense is dysfunctional. I know they had good players, but we know the offense last year, just once they brought in Zach LaVine, it just didn't mesh, and I think they blamed, that's because he's not really a point guard, and I'm not sure that was the issue.
No, and, I mean, Malik had said it himself. They asked him to be 4 positions, I think he said last season. At one point, he was the backup point guard, 2 guard. Then he came off then he started with De'Aaron, and he was the 2 guard. Then De'Aaron left, and he was the starting point guard. Then at the end of the season, he just got injured and then was back, but then still came off the bench, even though he was a starter. So that's 4 different roles that he had. And, he just picks up his lunch pail every single day, goes to work, and you just got to appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Jay, do you appreciate this? After the game last night, Malik Monk doing his interview with Kyle Draper and Morgan, and Dylan Cardwell, and wasn't it somebody else? They came up behind him with, that's my vet right there. And he just wanted to stand back there like the Thunder does in their interviews, and Malik's like, no. Should he have said, yeah, guys?
Yeah, who cares? And this is the other thing. You have to fake it till you make it, right, fellas?
Yeah.
At this point, I think everyone believes the Kings are disjointed. Like, I don't like you, you don't like me, I don't hang out with you, we don't go get Starbucks together. It's kind of like Matt and Allen, you know what I mean? So when you really kind of come down to it, why not fake it till you make it?
Yeah.
Why not just say, hey, yo, young fella, put your arm around me, let the big fella maybe hang on his shoulder a little bit. Yeah, league, we coming for you guys. NBA, watch out. Yeah, I don't know, man.
The way I saw it,
Sparky.
he's the veteran and Dylan Cardwell's his rookie. And to me, it was the vet going, nah, get out of here. And it's like, okay. I didn't have a problem with it.
It was awkward because, that happened with the Bulls and Vucevic not too long ago. They tried to do the thing, and Vucevic said, hey, not right now, which was funny because right after Malik said, hey, I got to do this interview, he did shout out, hey, these are my, are my rooks, and I'm their vet. Yeah. So he was just saying in that specific situation,
right,
he didn't want to do it. And I don't know, maybe it matters. Hey, man, you don't get to play like that when we have 10 wins. Maybe that's part of it too, right? The Thunder can do it when they're winning championships, but I don't know. Maybe Malik just felt not the time or place. But Dylan Cardwell, he's just enjoying himself.
Yeah, that's what he does. To me, it's like that's a Thunder thing, and I'm Malik Monk, and you're the rookie. Thanks for coming by, but let me do my thing.
Yeah.
I didn't have an issue with it.
Surly.
Yeah.
OG Surly.
Yeah.
Man.
That's how you teach the youngsters sometimes.
What you teaching?
Nah, get in the locker room.
Shut up and pipe down?
Yes. I don't need you out of here. Thanks.
Hey, man. Hey, come on. Let's act like we've been here before.
We haven't.
Why do you think, Alan, that guys like, not guys like, but specifically DeMar DeRozan with 32 last night, and, of course, Malik Monk with a huge game, why isn't there more demand for these guys around the league? What's going on?
I really don't. I mean, PR matters, right? Narratives matter. That's why this Malik Monk thing was always interesting, because you have a guy on a bad team not playing, right? And you can look at that a couple different ways. We've talked about it with Jonathan Kuminga. At first, the Warriors thought Jonathan Kuminga, they were going to be able to, get this Giannis package, something like that. They're going to have to give up picks with Kuminga to go get a Trey Murphy.
Thanasis package.
That's where they're headed. So you can't sit these guys and expect nothing to happen. We had on one of the Bleacher Report writers a while back, and they said, yeah, I do think this stuff matters, when we were all discussing, hey, what if you just didn't play DeMar DeRozan or brought DeMar DeRozan off the bench? And my whole thought was he could do that at his next spot. And they said, no, I do think it matters to people. So even though DeMar's been playing, the Malik thing, I'm not really surprised, because you've been shopping this guy forever. And then I guess his numbers were good to start the season, but then you put him on ice. So he's not even playing on a team with 8 wins. I mean, that doesn't look great. The DeMar thing, I purely think it's just the idea that his style of play is not what people need right now. But I even said this going back to last season, and I've always thought in my head, you know what? Everybody says that they fired Mike Brown after the 30 games. It really wasn't 30 games, because the Kings were pretty injured to start that season, where you had De'Aaron scoring 120 whatever amount of points in those 2 games because guys were out too. And I think that we didn't get to see that iteration of the team. And I say all this to say, having those 2 clutch players in De'Aaron and DeMar, I know it could have been too many cooks in the kitchen we never ultimately got to see. But DeMar, to me, is a guy that you do need in the playoffs. We all said if they can get to the playoffs, this is a pretty good group because I know defensively is tough, but you have two guys that can take over for you, and we didn't see it happen that way. And now a season later, I don't think people look at DeMar like that, but they should. They should. All these young teams, the Raptors, and I know he was obviously with Toronto, but all these young teams, who are you going to call? Who are you going to count on when it's money time? You need, and his salary next season, it's only $10 million.
Yeah,
it's not guaranteed.
prohibitive.
I don't understand it. You need somebody to go get you a bucket.
I think it's a fair question as to whether he's willing to come off the bench, and I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if teams look at that and say, wow, we could get him and he could come off the bench, and I don't know, maybe word is, well, he didn't want to do that, and I don't know. But I think that's potentially a hang-up here. But last two games in the wins over the Rockets and the Warriors, I have them 22 for 32 for 54 points.
Crazy.
Who doesn't want that?
No, it's crazy.
But I also think, and this applies perhaps more to Malik, I think the league changed over the last few years. I'm hearkening back to when Vivek Ranadive hired Mike Brown, when the Kings hired Mike Brown, and Vivek Ranadive did an interview with Mark J. Spears, and he told Mark J. Spears, I challenged Mike Brown. He's a defensive coach, and I challenged him to focus more on offense because that's where the league is headed. And maybe it was at that time, but I think the league has gone back. And I think smaller guards that don't defend well, Trae Young, Ja, Malik Monk, I just think teams look at that and go, we just that's not what we want right now. And I think that's affected his value and the demand for him as well as his contract.
Yeah, I mean, look at Cam Thomas, right? That guy's a bucket, but he had to take the qualifying offer, and nobody really knows what the Nets just said. We're good. We are so good off that.
Yeah,
and they're all from the kind of same tree. Jordan Clarkson, I think he can distribute the basketball a little bit, and he's had his moments in New York. But Jordan Clarkson had to sign a minimum deal or something like that. He got waived. The Jazz couldn't even trade him. So all these guys, the league is just going in a different direction. And even though DeMar DeRozan is taller than them, he is a bigger player than them. He doesn't
play.
No, he's not gonna be guarding Julius Randle and guys like that. So that's really the problem. I mean, Whitey, we decided that DeMar was this 3-4 when he moved out here, and I know you get a little bit older and you have to change positions. From what I recall, DeMar was a 2 back in the day, and he came out to Sacramento, and because you moved him or you moved Harrison Barnes for him, we've tried to sell that he's this 3-4 when he's really not. So to that point,
I'm with you on
that. To that point of why isn't there a lot of, interest out there for him is because they probably just look at him like a Malik Monk type of player, even though I think DeMar's better than Malik Monk, but it's all in the same realm together.
We talked about that last week. I know this is the era of positionless basketball, and teams covet players that can play a number of positions. And in some ways, DeMar DeRozan, even though he's a surefire Hall of Famer, and he's climbing up the scoring charts, in some ways he can't play any. He doesn't fit any of the positions.
No. Well, and at the end of the day, this is what happens. It's kind of the gift and the curse of longevity. A lot of guys that are doing shows right now, they'd be in the same position as DeMar, but they're just not playing anymore, right?
Speaking of longevity, did you see that James Harden passed Shaq last night on the all-time scoring list?
I mean,
my brain gets it. My heart says, no.
Was he 36, 37?
Yeah.
He's been playing for a while.
I know, but Shaq.
He's been stepping back for a while. Yeah, but 2s are greater, or 3s are greater than 2.
Shaq probably, I don't know. Hopefully he's fine with everything. He had a great career, but I could see how if you're Shaq, you might say, man, I probably could have had a few more really big years.
Yeah, he probably feels I have no business even getting caught by any of these guys. But Shaq's also the type of person that'll just say, come on, you passed me, but you didn't really pass me.
What do you make of this, Alan? Jay, dear listener, from Chuck Lee. If the Kings keep trying to win, they're going to get the 8 pick over They're going to get the 8 pick overall like most years or worse, and it's going to set the Kings back 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years.
I mean, I know what would feel worse if they do continue to lose and they still end up, dropping that low. It's these flattened odds. That's a scary thing. Now, obviously, you can put yourself in a better position, but they could do exactly what you want them to do and still not get a top 3 pick.
We'll be talking about how we almost got to Bansa next year if we don't get rid of DeRozan.
I mean, how you going to – takes 2 to tango.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and –
does that mean that DeRozan will help you win games? Too many games to – yeah, which would mean that he can help your team, which would mean other teams would go, yeah, well, he can help us.
By the way –
it's a conundrum.
Can I just say this? The Kings haven't won a lot of games, right? But I feel like there's almost a quota in Sacramento that we have to do this every time the Kings win games. Do you remember that? The last time they beat the Nuggets, I think they beat the Nuggets. Nuggets were off a back-to-back. And was that when they beat the beat-down Warriors? Or they were all missing guys. The last time the Kings won 2 in a row, we did this exact thing. And everybody was freaking out. We're going to win too much. And that was 2 months ago. It's going to be okay. I'm not worried about the Kings winning too many games, respectfully. I'm just not.
Mm-hmm.
We literally did this last time.
Yeah. Well, just pick a lane, though. Pick a lane.
Who, me?
No, the Kings.
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah.
they can't
Which way
right
are we
now.
going here?
They can't right now. You got to move some of these guys. We know the way to take that lane, but each and every day they're going out with the same guys and doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Urquidy's family, I apologize if I didn't say that right. Urquidy's family, get Ja, add AJ, let's roll. No, Kings don't need Ja.
No.
I saw another report that sent a shiver down my spine. I think it was Shams today. Oh, I'm told the Kings still have a level of interest.
Yeah.
Can we agree that's wrong? That's bad?
No,
we don't want that?
I'm out on that. And the Kings also are just going to get thrown into all of these guys, right? You had Sam Amick checking in on Trey. Then that report came out. Now you have the Kings. And when it's actually kind of written out, because I know Brett Siegel had said this too, it was the Kings had previously had interest. And Shams, even today, said, from my understanding. So we don't know until a Sam Amick or somebody says they are still interested in Ja. I'm hoping that just doesn't happen. But until we see that, I think a lot of people are just reacting to the fact that the Kings have been interested in everything, and nobody's believing that the Kings won't double down.
Yeah.
No pun intended to Matt George.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got Today in Trade Talk coming up bottom of the hour. Before we get to that, some NFL news today. Mike Tomlin out. Like I said on the crossover, I'm somewhat relieved for him because it seemed like every year they didn't win a Super Bowl. And I know that, he's never had a losing season, but they haven't been great. So every year, is it time to move off of him? Finally, it's like, okay, they cut the cord and he can go on and hopefully do something else. So I'm glad for him. And then we just got word this afternoon, Fred Warner, practice window open, Jay. The practice window is open.
Captain America.
Let's go.
Put the shield in his hands. And I'm not talking about the new Captain America. I'm talking about the old Captain America.
Hey,
that
man.
was lost that he was frozen in ice, bounced back.
He's
impenetratable.
He may come back this summer, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I read something about that.
Yeah. Anyway, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
We'll see what
Alan,
happens.
don't sprinkle no water on the fire.
No.
I
want him out there.
Yeah,
Look,
no. Fan.
No. I know this. Let me just say one thing, okay? If the Niners win this weekend, they will go to the Super Bowl. That's how important I think it is. I don't know if Fred will play, but if they beat the Seahawks, they're going to the Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it.
Are they going to beat the Seahawks?
We got to figure that out. But they are in a good spot, I will say. And the familiarity, we're going to talk to Vic.
Yeah.
But the familiarity, I think they could be in a worse spot, Whitey. I'm just saying. But if they win, they will go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We all saw the video of Fred Warner. That was just yesterday, right? When he was...
Might have been 2 days ago. Yeah.
I think it was yesterday. Yeah. I don't know, Jay. I'm not a doctor. I've been to a hospital. But from what I saw, it's like, if he can run around like that, why can't he play on
contact, playing shape?
We have pads now. We have protective things we can put on there. Kyle Shanahan said, if I ask him, he'll probably say he can play, but I got to check with the doctors.
Sometimes you got to be protective from yourself, right?
I guess so.
It's the long haul.
Or you could be protected by some kind of pad that the trainers can come up with.
The Dan Marino knee pad?
Yeah.
Something like that.
He's close. He's close.
you know, they always say, well, can you make it worse or whatever it is? And it feels like this is one of those injuries.
Maybe. I don't know. I think the science is unclear.
Okay. But I'm sure he's going to try his darndest to get on out there. And, you know, there's obviously that part of it, but the rest of the crew, the Ricky Pearsalls, everything like that, you got to get as healthy as possible to just get out there. And I know Fred Warner is a big deal, and he is that dude. But the Niners, either way, they're just prepared for anything at this point. Literally.
Yeah.
They just have I just think they have not low expectations for them, but low expectations on who will be available.
I learned something today about Brock Purdy. Maybe I'd heard it before and forgot it. Did you guys know this? Do you know why Brock Purdy wears 13?
No.
His dad was a huge Marino fan. Yeah. And the day he was born, Marino did something, and I guess he grew up with his dad always telling him how great Marino was, and he, like, worships Dan Marino, and that's why he's number 13. I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either. Makes sense, though.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of plays like him.
Does he?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. I don't think he does at all.
Yeah, you know, it's his mentality.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of injuries, can we just address this? And we'll take a quick timeout here coming up. I understand why people talk about this, and I know they talked about this yesterday on Matt and Kayla, and I'm not criticizing anybody for talking about it. We're talking about it now, but we've got to put an end, Alan, to this silly talk of how, it's because the 49ers practice facility is next to an electrical station. That's why they have all these injuries. That is just dingbat nonsense.
Look, man, I'm not addressing any of it.
That is just crazy talk.
Yeah, I don't want to tick anybody
it's pseudoscience. You're going to tick me off.
No.
If you don't
to be honest
agree with me.
No. To be honest with you, I've seen it come through, and I know. Look, I'm the guy. I got the tinfoil hat, right? So I know better than if I dip my toe in there, then whether I believe it or not, I'll just spend too much time at seeing what's going on. Not that I would believe
There's nothing to
No,
it.
but not that I would believe it.
Even Brian Baldinger started talking about it.
I know.
And you saw the tackle on Kittle.
Yeah.
And you look at that, it's like, oh my goodness, look at the amount of torque on his Achilles. And people are going, well, it must be the EMFs.
No,
the
I know.
electromagnetic force.
Look.
It's like, no, did you see what happened to his ankle?
Yeah, I'm just saying. All these people are running around. It won't go away now. Now the Super Bowl, it's out here, so it won't go away. I'm no better. I know myself too well.
I need you to help me chase it away.
Come on, y'all. We got to be better. Is that what you want me to say, Whitey?
I'm not convinced.
Come on, y'all.
You're on board with the whole thing, aren't you? I don't know. I think there's.
I'm not. I reserve
approaches on both.
Hey, no,
camps.
I'm just putting my hands up. Hey, man, I don't. If whatever anybody wants to believe, I'm not.
Well, I believe we've got Today in Trade Talk coming up next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Two new voices join the midday. Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
Weekdays 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Watch online at SactownSports.com, on the app, or in your car.
Listen to the latest on the Sacramento Kings, the San Francisco 49ers, and all breaking news.
Northern California is covered.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The best in the middays during your weekdays are on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports, 1140.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopy golfbeers.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
The new year is a great time for reflection, to appreciate all the good things in your life, and to prepare your resolutions, or bucket list as I like to call it. 2026 would be the perfect time to introduce someone new to the game of golf. Let them in on the fun. Or if you never played, it's a wonderful time to start. Maybe go to a driving range, maybe take an introductory lesson. If you're an established golfer, maybe you want to get fitted for a new set of golf clubs. Maybe you want to take some refresher lessons to sharpen up your game. Consider a golf getaway, either with your significant other or a group of buddies. It's a great way to play new golf courses, eat some tasty new foods, and certainly laugh a lot with your friends. If you normally use a golf cart, consider walking with a push cart, or maybe even lightening your bag and carrying your golf clubs. Go back and play where you played your first round of golf, or your all-time favorite round. Remember why you play the game and how much it means to you. Leave the course in better condition than you found it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Sometimes you need country music. Next time you have that feeling, check out New Country 105.1 KNCI, where you have 4 opportunities each weekday to win $1,000 and double your paycheck. New Country for Sacramento, 105.1 KNCI.
At InShape, there's a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, after work grinder, the yogi, lifter, walker, runner, sauna seeker, recoverer. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Catch all the action at Sky River Casino. Enjoy over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room. Plus, with 18 elevated restaurants, bars, and lounge destinations, and Sky River rewards that add up and up. There's something for everyone. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun and experience new heights. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Today in Trade Talk is coming up. There's not a lot of Trade Talk today, is there? There's a lot of the same things we've been hearing being mentioned.
It's the jaw stuff that just, I will say this, I'm not really worried about it. I know we were talking about how it was either past tense or present tense. They did come out and say the Trae Young stuff. I mean, they got Sam Amick that information, and Sam may have went to the Kings, but Sam got that information pretty quickly that the Kings were not in on Trae, and then Trae was traded that week. We have not gotten, now I have this weird thing in my head where, well, they came out and said that they were out on Trae. They have not come out and said that they are out on Ja.
Right, and in fact, we got from Mark Stein, well, I've heard some rumblings that the Kings could be in on Ja for the right price.
Right. Yeah. And I don't know if that price is going to be what the Grizzlies are going to accept, but it sounds like everything is a little bit depressed from the Trae Young deal, so who knows?
Here's what Tim McMahon said about Ja, and I believe this was on Bill Simmons' podcast, and they were talking about why nobody seems to want Ja. And he shared to Tim McMahon, he relayed what one executive in the NBA told him. Don't know who, don't know what the executive's role is, but, quote, the combination of pain in the ass, injury prone, not that good anymore, and big contract is a bad one.
No, not a great one. Not a great one. And you could take your pick. I choose to specifically keep it in between the lines, and he's just not on the court enough for me. That's it.
Yeah.
He's just not on the court enough for me.
Yeah. To me, it's just he's not the player he once was.
No, and we were talking about this, I believe, yesterday about my running quarterback theory with these electric point guards. And yeah, if you are 6'2", and 6'2", 6'3", you're based on athleticism, and you can't shoot threes, and you don't really defend in this league, I can't do it.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
That's one of the big reasons he became the most improved player early in his career, which was kind of weird because he was the rookie of the year and then, 2 years later, most improved. But he really improved his jump shot and his three-point shooting.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, you can't stop him now. You can't keep him from going to the hoop. If you do, then he's going to knock down threes on you. But he's not that player anymore.
There was a time where it just felt like he could do whatever he wanted on the court. He can get to the rack. He could drive and kick. And you're watching him in some of these playoff matchups thinking he's unstoppable. And he puts the refs in a very uncomfortable position because you either got to call a foul or he gets the and one. And he just doesn't play like that anymore. And I think maybe he was never going to be able to play like that forever. But it was fun. It was fun while it was fun. I just am not interested in any of that right now.
I think he was hurt. I apologize if I said this to you already. I think I said it to Jay. I think he was one of the players who was hurt by the league deciding they were going to let people play more physically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because once that happened, that idea of
his launching pad was more crowded.
Exactly.
And it's hard to launch when you're getting.
Yeah. Well, and then he came out and said, I'm not dunking anymore. It's like, well, that's not going to work for me, buddy.
So they're in Berlin, and the NBA has a rule that when stars are with a team that's playing overseas, the stars have to play unless they're really hurt.
Right.
He's not really hurt, and they've been trying not to play him because he doesn't want to play.
Right.
So they've got a little bit of a dicey situation. I believe the Grizzlies came out today and said, oh, he might play. So this is something the league's looking at. It's like, whoa, if you're over there, he's got to play. And he's like, I don't want to play. He's apparently very upset to find out that they're looking to trade him.
Well, and this is what's so, I guess, different in comparison to what's happening with the Kings, because you have Ja who, hey, if you don't want me here, I don't want to be here. Let's just come to that conclusion. We've had some of these similar conversations about some of the Kings, but the Kings are just kind of happy as they are. They're happy with the status quo, and I think that's the most surprising thing this season. As much as it feels like it should have went off the rails, it didn't. And they're all just kind of okay with where they're at. You had the Dennis Schroeder thing. You had guys, kind of step up for others. And yeah, to not have not even in a negative way like Ja, but to not have a DeMar DeRozan say, hey, I don't, let's just move forward here. To not have that happen with any of the vets, I think has been an issue. But maybe the problem is, Whitey, well, I kind of got to show what I can do in order to get out of here.
Right.
Somebody will still come get Ja. Yeah. It's just a matter of the price tag. None of these vets really have that type of leverage.
Yeah. If you start sulking, it's just going to make other teams go, yeah, we're not sure we want him. Jonathan Kuminga.
I will say, last night I was obviously watching Malik do his thing. I personally thought, and I know there's a lot more going on there with Kuminga and Kerr, I felt like it was kind of a bad look for Kuminga. I mean, he had the lacrosse Spencer. He just came in and is balling, saying all the right. Isn't that the worst, right? It's like having a little, like my little sister. She would do that. Well, Mom, I don't have a problem doing. It's just, what you're doing. Pat Spencer comes in, whenever my number's called, I just want to do what the team needs. Meanwhile, Kuminga's thinking, will you shut up? Everybody's saying the right thing now. So I'm watching last night, and Malik said all the right things, been flat out benched at times, and then has come back. Maybe there's more to that story. I don't know. Shows up in the biggest moment against a former team and balled out. And I think you look back at that and you see this is a guy that a lot of people might not be interested in because of the contract and things like that, but at least he's taking care of what he can take care of. Kuminga is not even doing that.
Right. If Malik were able to, nobody can do that every night, but if he played, hit 7 and 9 every night from 3, obviously every team in the league would want him.
That is true.
We want him.
Yeah. No, and then they see, wait, he doesn't play defense? He's only 6'2", 6'3"? No, that's not what we're going for anymore.
Mm-hmm. Matt George said today on the Matt and Kayla show that, and I don't know where he saw this, I have to look it up. He said that the Lakers have been reported to have some interest now in Kuminga.
I saw that too, and that just, it goes to say, because I saw Pelinka was saying a 3-and-D type, and somebody was saying, but in the Bay, he's got no 3 and does not play defense.
That's a terrible idea.
What are we talking about?
Mm-hmm. They're very upset, by the way, some people, presumably Pelinka, because Rich Paul has a new podcast where he's talking about moves he would make if he ran the Lakers.
Yeah. That's probably, I read something earlier that said, this is not going to last very long. But even initially, the first or second show, I'm thinking, is this allowed? Is this legal at all?
How could it not be? I mean it's not appropriate, but it doesn't violate any. No, because they're not employees of the league or team.
We'll see what the league says.
Yeah. Who is your friend who covers it? Jovan Buha?
Jovan Buha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was on a podcast today, and he was saying, I'm not going to get too deeply into it, but some people are not happy with that whole thing, and that's all I'm going to say.
I mean, why would they be? You can't. But I will give Rich Ball this. You do something until somebody says you're not allowed to do it. I mean, this content space, even going back to what happened at the Jaguars game or after the Jaguars game, that whole thing with the reporter, we're in such a new landscape now that you can kind of get away with something until you can't. And the idea of somebody who is an agent hopping on a podcast and saying the stuff that Rich Paul is saying, Adam Silver, they weren't prepared for stuff like that. So it's kind of like whack-a-mole these days.
Well, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Yesterday, the blasphemy that you were spreading about two of the Kings fan favorites. We had a conversation yesterday about Dylan Cardwell and Precious Achiuwa and how well they have played. And I think some people in the chat suggested they should keep those guys. And I think I suggested, you might want to keep those guys around. They're playing well. And I forget what it was you said, Alan, but it was something to the contrary.
I said they could be an electric part of a young core for the Kings. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Is that what you said?
That's exactly
Is that
what
you
I said.
remember him saying? Jay?
At the time, I'm not listening to what Alan talking about. So, but no, I think he was pretty close to that.
Okay.
Look, at the end of the day, you know what I meant by this.
You can't keep everybody.
No.
Why do you want to keep everybody?
You know what I mean by this, Whitey. I love Dylan Cardwell. I think he's a great story. Okay? I think if you're looking at some of these guys, though, my whole point was, hey, it wasn't even about Dylan. Okay? Dylan was on the midday show with me. I love Dylan. War Eagle. Okay? I love Dylan. It just gets to a point where we can't love everyone. And I can't have people saying, we can't lose Precious Achiuwa.
Well, let's see how much they're contributing, because that's the rub. To me, it's not about the story, or you can't keep everybody. Are they playing well? If anybody's playing well, I want to keep them. From Will Zimmerly, Sacramento Kings on SI. Surprise stat. Dylan Cardwell is the Kings' best player.
Maybe he is. What is it, the defense? Obviously, he's incredible defensively.
Let's see. He leads the team with an on-off court net rating differential of plus 14.2, which leads the team by a mile. Precious Achiuwa is a distant second with a plus 7.4 net rating. So the two guys that you want to banish have the highest on-off court net rating differential on the team.
Well, okay, so why
the two best players on the team?
What are we even taking for? We don't need AJ DeBanza. We don't need any of these guys then. Just run it back with the whole crew. That's what you should do.
Cardwell is actually the only Kings player with a positive net rating this season. Because the Kings have a plus 2.2 net rating when he's on the court, minus 12 when he sits. So, what was it you said about him again yesterday?
I think he's a baller. The kid can play.
I will say, obviously, especially him more than Precious. Precious has played a little more, but when you have guys who haven't played a lot, some of those numbers get wacky.
Yeah.
It's like when you're up 3 times and you get 2 hits.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're looking at both, I'm interested where you would go with this, Whitey, because you have somebody who's been in the league, so he might be closer to his ceiling than somebody like Dylan Cardwell. And obviously Dylan isn't a 20-year-old rookie, but who has a higher ceiling? Is it Dylan or is it Precious?
We'll answer that when we come back. Also, we'll take a look at how only 4 teams have never been to the Super Bowl. That number may be about to be cut to 3 teams. We're all over that next on Sactown Sports.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard Standard and Public Adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can go all in. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Deal extended through January 16th. Don't miss it.
See club for details.
Guys, feeling low energy or low drive? It could be low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health, start with a free T-check and consultation. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off TRT. Book now at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles, speaking of, he made a very interesting point a short time ago on the program. You were pointing out, were you not? Is this cake?
You know it.
Distance.
Come on, baby.
You were pointing out, Allen, that while the Kings made it pretty clear that we have no interest in Trae Young, they have not really come out and done that on Ja.
They hadn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this may be why, and we've heard some of this. NBA Central with this by way of Kevin O'Connor. The Grizzlies are unlikely to receive any unprotected first-round picks for Ja Morant and are willing to take on bad contracts in hopes of acquiring more young players and draft picks in trade talks, says Kevin O'Connor. So if that's true, that may be why the Kings, I'm not saying the Kings are all in on Ja, but, and I'm also, remembering what Scott Perry said yesterday to Carmichael Dave. I think he said, what is he, prudent and opportunistic, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds familiar.
Is that what yeah, it might have been what he said. But I can see how you're looking at this situation. Wow, if Memphis being over a barrel helps us get some things done, let's at least look at it.
Yeah, and maybe it's a situation, we've talked about we've talked about the Nets, who have been really good at this. You can call them kind of last chance if you will, where some of these guys will go play on a team that's not so great, but get their trade value in order, and then you make a move after that. Ja is 4 more years on that contract, so you could come to Sacramento. Maybe it's a bad team again, right? You get a top 3 pick. It's Ja, Sabonis. I don't think Sabonis would be in that deal, but Ja, or you wouldn't have to be. Ja, Sabonis. You get a top 3 pick. And you make a decision on kind of both of those guys based on this season, and you go from there. Because if you do hit on a pick and you do get somebody that's a Cooper Flag-esque type player, you might be able to turn this thing around. This was kind of the hybrid rebuild that we had talked about a little bit. Maybe it works, and if it doesn't work, your timeline isn't that far off because you already have Domantas Sabonis.
This is interesting, but like the worst NBA deals, it could be complicated. And, of course, nothing's happened yet. Kevin O'Connor says the Grizzlies are not going to get that much for Morant. Think pick swaps, not unprotected firsts. Think moderate bets on rookie contracts, not exciting young players. Even getting those assets might require Memphis to take on bad money in return.
No leverage. And you could have, I know that they had called DeMar pseudo expiring because he is owed some money next season, but you got yourself a DeMar. I mean, those rookie contracts, I don't know how much what we're doing with Devin Carter, but that is somebody that would fit that description, allegedly. That would fit that description. Some of the other young guys. I know the Lakers are all over the place right now, but I do look at the Lakers and kind of wonder, they always are doing something, and if they're gearing up to move on from LeBron, now Ja and Luka defensively would be atrocious, but they're probably gearing up to do something.
Part of the problem that some people with the Lakers have with that Rich Ball podcast is, and I haven't heard this, but like I said, I heard the Lakers reporter talking about it today. Apparently, they've been very candid about the belief that this Laker team is not a contender. And, if you're the Lakers, okay, if you feel that way, fine, but you don't have to literally broadcast it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what went wrong with them. They started out, they were the 3 seed last season. They get Luka, and it was kind of a deal for right now at that time and also the future. I don't know. I feel like the Austin Reeves thing, they really wanted it to work. You really just didn't need him. For as well as he's played, they made him untouchable a while ago. They just didn't choose a lane. Like we were talking about with the Kings. They just didn't really choose a lane, and they needed a guy in Austin Reeves. They felt like they needed him offensively. Rui Hachimura is a lot better in theory than in reality.
Not a good defender.
No, but he kind of is supposed to be.
I think it's the Dallas Cowboys syndrome. Now, they've been better than the Cowboys recently, but it's a matter of we've got these big, big stars. What about the rest of it? We'll figure it out.
Yeah. And I've liked Rui Hachimura just because the Kings haven't had anybody like him. But
very popular in Japan, I can tell you that.
Well, yes. Yeah, and it feels like they just got exposed a little bit. I know Stockton's finest, Gabe Vincent, some of those guys that they took chances on, even a Marcus Smart, it just hasn't come together. And they're kind of small, too. You got Vanderbilt, who is defense but can't really do anything offensively. They just don't make a lot of sense.
So you were asking about who has the higher ceiling? Yeah, and we're done going over the whole Getting rid of.
Are we?
Dylan, yeah.
Are we?
We had some fun with it. Yeah.
I don't know that we're done.
Maybe not. If you want to revisit that door,
not.
we can certainly
I
unlock
do
that
not.
door.
I do not.
Sounds like he wants to talk about it some more, Jay.
Sounds like it to me.
No, I do not.
Pressing that line, Mr. Gleason.
Walk through that door at all.
Who do you think? Which do you think has the higher ceiling?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Precious is better right now offensively.
He was a very high draft pick as opposed to a guy who wasn't drafted.
I think it's supposed to be Precious just based on all that, but Dylan is so good defensively that he doesn't need much offensively to be. He's already a net positive on the floor. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think Dylan Cardwell, they're around the same age, but I think if Dylan Cardwell, another year under his belt, there's less that we've seen. So I guess technically would be him, right?
I know yesterday we were kidding about you saying, oh, he needs to make the corner three. Did you see the jump shot he took last night? Yeah. I just don't know that he has any offensive potential.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that about anybody because, hire a personal shooting coach, get in the gym. But, oh, man, it's bleak.
Yeah. And, again, for what Precious is already able to do defensively with him starting to unlock the three and unlock that Kings offense.
Yeah.
Yeah. The answer is Precious, but it would be nice to try to convince yourself that it could be Dylan Cardwell. I just don't think it is.
It's a great question because with Precious, it's like, I'm not sure where his ceiling is now.
Yeah.
Because he's been in the league a while.
Well, even if you look at him as a comp, right? Everybody does comps these days. Okay, everybody wants to hold on to Precious. Fine, we can hold on to Precious. My question is now, what is his comp? Is he beef stew? I don't know. I don't know what his comp is moving, even if it's not on the Kings, besides just, a 4 that can play a little bit of 5 and hopefully stretch the floor for you a little bit.
I see him as a guy that can play, is showing that he can play more than a lot of people thought, and so maybe I can move him and get something back for him.
Yes.
Because he just doesn't really fit where I am right now.
But that's my whole thing, Whitey.
He's a good player.
But that's my whole thing. I'm preparing people because that's probably what's going to happen. That's me preparing people for that.
Oh, that's so nice.
That's not me feeling any type of way, right? I want to keep everyone. Everyone knows I love Isaac Jones. I'm just preparing you because of the business side of things. That's all it is, Whitey. That's all it is.
Precious is 26.
Okay.
27 in September.
Okay, so he's a couple years older than Dylan.
Yeah. 20th
Doesn't fit
pick.
the timeline.
Yeah.
Nope.
20th pick in the draft in 2020.
Yeah. So now that makes it interesting, even just being a couple years older. Do you feel like Dylan can get somewhere offensively? I'd probably still take Precious. I probably would just take Precious.
By the way, similarity scores, Precious Achua. Al Tucker, Tom Hawkins, Don Ford, Mark Landesberger, Nick Weatherspoon, E.C. Coleman, P.J. Washington, Othello Harrington, J.R. Reed, and Tim Bassett.
Who put that together?
This is Basketball Reference, and it's just based on math, win shares. They don't look at their similarities in height, or it's just like how good is he in terms of win shares, and then through the years, and then those
analytics
are the guys
geeks.
Yeah. J.R. Reed, I see. I don't know if you guys remember J.R. Reed.
Of course,
like,
UNC?
Yeah. J.R. Reed is like, yep, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah, the P.J. Washington one, kind of wanted it, but because that was a guy that I think a lot of Kings fans were interested in. Is he similar enough to that? I don't know.
Yeah. We'll get back to the NFL when we come back. Good news on Fred Warner today, and we'll tell you about the team that's never been to the Super Bowl that may be getting there this year. Coming up, Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The winter service event is on at Maida Subaru. Now is the time to let Maida Subaru get your Subaru road ready for the winter weather with exceptional savings on tires, brakes, wiper blades, and more. See all the service specials at MaidaSubaru.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITBFest.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles. Weekday afternoons, 2 to 6.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Light the beam again? Alan says, that's great, enjoy it. I get nervous now when they start winning games against good teams. But we got a lot more time to talk about that. By the way, in the YouTube chat, Family Slagle says, people should also prepare for no trades.
I don't think that's too far-fetched.
I don't either. I don't know that I can prepare for it, though.
Yeah.
I try to talk myself into, it'll be okay. But it's going to be rough if it comes to that.
Yeah. The only thing I would say is if we don't have any trades, I do think that Scott Perry wouldn't go into the next, which this might sound like an obvious statement, but I do think that he would be more aggressive in the summer. It wouldn't affect how I believe they'll go into next season. I guess what I'm saying is I think there are only a couple moves that are going to be made before next season starts. So they could get made before this trade deadline, or they could get made in the summer. If they do make, 2 moves here before the trade deadline, I don't think they're going to then make 2 more in the summer. I think it's going to be between 2 and 3 moves that could happen now or could happen in the summer.
I think fans want Scott Perry to be aggressive. You got to be aggressive. But if you're aggressive for too far when there's just not a demand for your product, you can go from aggressive to desperate real quick.
Yeah.
And that doesn't help you.
No.
And I think he is being aggressive. And I think he really wants to make something happen. If it doesn't happen, as disappointing as that will be, I cannot believe, Alan, that if it doesn't happen, if nothing happens, it'll be because, he wasn't aggressive enough.
Yeah. And I think the way I would ask it is, well, how could this season have gone better? For what we needed or what we were hoping to happen, I think we got to discuss the Russell Westbrook thing. He's been great. Great story, right?
Yes, I don't know.
He's on top of a yacht. Next thing you know, he's breaking records again. It's a great story there. But they bring in Russ. They bring in Schroeder. Okay, and which is something that I believe you and I kind of disagreed with. Going back to the Malik Monk thing, I don't think you needed to bring in both of them, but they did. Now,
I didn't want them to bring them both in.
Now, the Russ thing is fine. You can move on from him if you want. You can move on from him fairly easily, minimum contract. The Dennis Schroeder thing, I think we thought that was going to be easy. 1 year will be off the contract, and we know the third year isn't guaranteed. So maybe it'll be easier next season. But outside of those guys that Scott Perry brought in, because I want to bring in some of my guys, and that's fine, I don't know what else you could have wanted from DeMar. I don't know what else you could have wanted from Malik. I don't really know what else. It would have been nice for Keon to get more time and to take a leap, but then nobody would have wanted to move on from Keon anyway. So those kind of two guys, and I guess the Zach LaVine thing you could throw in there, but Zach would have had to play so well. And there's still a level of interest. The only thing I would say, Whitey, if Zach didn't have those injuries and Domantas Sabonis was able to play, those two things, I think maybe something could happen. Maybe something still does happen. But as far as the rest of the logjam and Malik Monk and DeMar, what else could you have asked for?
Watching the Lakers last night, I was trying to think, okay, what do the Kings have that they could use? And I could see how they would like Keon, but I don't know that he's going to be able to help them if they pull the trigger. I don't know that he's really going to be able to help them that much. They got bigger problems than adding a better perimeter defender.
Yeah. If you look at who played last night, think about it, though. You got Jake LaRavia, who is a Keon type of player. And I know he hasn't shot the ball that great. At least that's what Laker fans keep saying. Then you got Marcus.
Clank LaRavia last night, huh? Am I right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. What do you have? 2 points? Oh, my goodness. Jake, you got Marcus Smart.
Oh, man. That poor guy.
And you have Jared Vanderbilt. So they have those Keon type of players. They're just not playing well. So they're just going to add another one?
I have nothing against Marcus Smart, but to me, he looked a little out of shape, and he just looked like a relic last night.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, that guy really shouldn't be out there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe that's what it is then. Maybe they feel like Keon will give you more. I just, in theory, they do have Keon type of players. It's just those players aren't or don't seem to be performing.
Mm-hmm. Don't connect with 5 points last night.
Hey.
I felt like the Lakers are trying to,
yeah.
Kings, Dalton connect 4.
Get on out here. We got him 4. He was a positive 3. It wasn't the rest of the team or the starting 5. They were all in the negative, a plus or minus. But, yeah, 13 minutes. Yeah, that was kind of random. I'd like to ask a Lakers fan, does that happen often?
Yeah, I think that was showcasing.
Yeah.
Maybe too strong a word, but
yeah.
That's what they were doing. You mentioned stories. I know you like to talk about your stories. We got from Shams today. I was going to say he shed a little more light on the Schroeder-Lucas story, but I don't know that he did. He talked about it on NBA Today. Mm-hmm. Was that the name of that show today? Whatever that show is on ESPN.
Yeah.
So we may have that somewhere, but I don't know that anything new came out of that. And also today, the big news, of course, is in the NFL, the Steelers moving off of Coach Tomlin. And who saw this coming? The Eagles dismissed their offensive coordinator.
Yeah. That kid did that they interviewed, that kid that went viral. He wants some flipping burgers, so he might just be flipping burgers. I saw a crazy stat just with Jalen Hurts and all the different OCs that he's had. And, hey, I'm not, Brock Purdy played better than Jalen. There's no doubt about it. Brock Purdy is better than Jalen. But at some point here, you have to find some type of consistency. And now they're talking about – this never happens, Whitey. They're talking about Petula, about moving him back to passing coordinator.
Reassigning him.
We can't do that. You don't do that. You don't do that. Would you accept that if you were him?
Probably, unless I had reason to think that, I'm going to get a job somewhere else.
I can't do that.
I just remember years and years ago, and it's not quite the same, but there's similarities. The A's, remember Ken Maka when he managed the A's? Mm-hmm. And it was the Moneyball era? And he wanted a raise, and Billy Beane and the A's said no, and he said, all right, that's it. Contract negotiations have ended. Then a while later, he came back and said, okay, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, what? All right, I get it.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else is out there for you, can you say, if you are him, clearly nobody else is going to be looking to hire you? I guess that's the problem.
Yeah.
But do you say, I would rather be a passing coordinator somewhere else?
Mm-hmm. If I were him, the biggest reason I'd want to go is because when they asked Jalen about him yesterday, all you got to say is, he's a good coordinator. But he's like, I'm not really thinking about that right now. It's pretty clear.
Yeah.
He was saying, get rid of him without saying get rid of him.
Yeah, well, I mean,
there's different ways to play that.
Once someone smells blood in the water, right? Once that kid told him to be flipping burgers, Jalen's thinking, I'm not going down with you.
Yeah.
So there's no point in me defending you because you're done. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we allow that from athletes. Sometimes we don't. Once we have identified who is going to be the scapegoat, we're all on the same page. Because if we're not on the same page, then it could come back on any of us. If Batula's going to be the scapegoat, we all got to ride that together.
I know this is old-fashioned, but I think quarterbacks have to be leaders. And one of the things I wonder about Jalen Hurts is I wonder if he's got the leadership chops to hold that together there.
But he does the thing. He has the, he says all the quotes.
I just see him on the sideline and he acts like, this isn't my fault. And then they have dysfunction. I'm wondering, I don't know the answer. Maybe that's not fair to say because I don't know what's going on, but he's the quarterback there and they always have these issues. Maybe it is because of the wide receivers. Maybe I know you and I were talking before the show. They've had a lot of upheaval with their coordinators. And 49er fans have seen how tough that can be. You lose a good defensive coordinator, and then the defense isn't decent again until you get that guy back. So I know there's a lot that goes into it. But it just seems like whatever's going on, he has not been able to rise above it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess sometimes you can come off as aloof. Maybe. I think we had talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't know if he's firing me up. I'm a slot receiver. Just call me Zay Flowers. Whatever. I'd probably similar 40 time. Doesn't make a difference in this story. But I'm Zay Flowers. I'm ready to get going. And it's Jalen. And Jalen is just off to the side, kind of doing his thing, whatever it is. I don't know if that's truly the case, but it does feel like, honestly, even throughout this process, it felt more like that. He was more relatable, I think, when he first came into the league. And the more that they've almost won, it's almost like he's doing what people feel like he's supposed to do as a quarterback. He's supposed to be calm, cool, like all the time, and we just don't know who you actually are. And I don't know if his team knows.
I know that they were really up against it. That was a tough situation on their final drive, but that last throw that Kendricks made a great play on. Kendricks is at the line of scrimmage and then backpedaled and actually broke out the play. That was a terrible throw.
It was not a good throw. But you know what? He didn't believe – have you seen that clip how Sirianni kind of looks at when the play gets called? Sirianni and Jalen Hurts
saw it
are
when
both
it happened, yeah.
kind of confused as to what the decision was. So he didn't
really?
I'm not saying that's why it was a bad throw, but nobody believed in what they were doing.
Okay.
All season.
I know we're talking to Vic Tafer today at 5. Vic Tafer wrote something like, every time Jalen Hurts saw 3 people standing together in the middle of the field, he just threw the ball in there as hard as he could.
Yeah. One of you will get it, and it wasn't the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you think of Coach Tomlin now? He resigned officially, no longer the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I mean, I think you got to make a call if you're the Raiders.
It should be your first call.
You got to make the call, Whitey.
Yeah,
I know.
Him or John Harbaugh.
But if I'm affiliated in any way with Coach Tomlin, don't answer that.
You can't.
Do not talk to them.
Yeah, I think both sides are probably going to say, hey, let's call them out of respect, and you decline us out of respect. How about that? And I think that'll be the same situation with John Harbaugh.
Just a mutual agreement.
Hey, yep.
We'll call you if you promise you won't take the job.
Yeah, we're good. We know why we're calling you. You know why we're calling. But now we can say we went through the process.
Yeah. Tommy's going to bring somebody back with New England roots.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet money on it.
Yeah.
Because he's looking now like, wow, we got to fix this thing. He's going to go with what he knows has worked.
Yeah, I know. Early on, we were seeing the combo of Brian Flores and Dayball, something like that. A lot of people were saying that right when the season ended. Maybe that's what they do. But, yeah, I think if Tom is going to go down this time. It's going to be with people that he essentially handpicked. So we can say, I messed this thing up. It's not going to be any type of third-party involvement. I think now he's going to try to get his hands dirty because nobody likes being embarrassed. And I'll never forget that Monday Night Football game against the Cowboys. That was embarrassing. Mm-hmm. You can't let that happen.
Do you know who the 4 NFL teams are that have never been to the Super Bowl?
Never been. Well, they got to be teams that are left.
No.
Or no teams that are left.
They don't have to be.
Right, they don't have to be. Well, one has got to be the Texans.
That's one.
That's one. You're right.
Jags
is another one.
Mm-hmm.
Lions
is the third. There's only one more. And I think they won championships before they had a Super Bowl. Yeah. And they are not still playing. And it's kind of a disappointing. The Lions.
We got the Lions. I got the Lions in there.
Oh, okay.
Lions, Jags, Texans.
Sorry. It's the
Is it the Browns?
Yeah, that's right, Jay.
Yeah.
Jay's got it. Sorry.
I'm like, what?
I'm like, the Browns won all their championships with Jim Brown. That was AFL. And
yes. The way the defense is playing, the reason I bring that up, I think Houston may be getting to their Super Bowl for the first time.
So I'm glad you brought this up.
Brought that up.
Because there are a lot of good defenses, and I know defenses could get hot. Now, all of a sudden, because the Seahawks did not play, right after the Seahawks beat the Niners, Seahawks best defense in the league. Last night, the Texans, who have been doing this all season long, they showed up against a Steelers team that didn't really have a good offense to begin with, and now all of a sudden, the Texans, no, and I'm not saying you're doing that, Whitey. I'm just saying the Texans had been doing this all season long. C.J. Stroud has not been good, but we weren't talking about the Texans because everybody was talking about the Seahawks because they had just beat the Niners, and it's going to be the Seahawks. Now the Texans get a chance to show people what they can do with D'Amico Ryans in the crew.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, the Texans got the best defense.
Yeah, I heard someone today to refer to them as a team with a hot defense. That's not a hot defense. Like they just started playing well. That's an excellent defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they were able to overcome the fact that C.J. Stroud last night, 3 turnovers, 2 fumbles, and an interception. He actually had 5 fumbles, becoming the first player since Eli Manning in 2007 to win a game with 5 fumbles. And he is the first to do it in the postseason.
Well, we were talking about his counterpart yesterday, and I was trying to figure out if he was a bust or not. People still doing the Panthers messed up because they should have taken the C.J. Stroud thing. People still doing that?
I don't know.
I mean,
C.J. Stroud, he looked like his star was rising rapidly, and his trajectory was aimed very high, and now he's going to
right.
Once he wins the Super Bowl this year, look out.
All right. Then we're gonna do the thing. Well, was he carried? That we have to do it because young quarterback, and I mean Nico Collins. I think they're a bunch of I wouldn't say misfits, but they're just not talked about a lot in general.
I think some of that is because of the brand. Some of it's because the quarterback is not a standout quarterback. The way we look at football teams. It's like the Raiders and the Steelers and the Dolphins and the Rams and the Cowboys. They're big brands, and the 49ers. And then we also look at the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And the Texans don't rank very highly in either category. But the defense is phenomenal. C.J. Stroud is an interesting issue for them going forward here, but it's wide open in the AFC.
But he just was the guy, right? He was the hot guy. He was Drake May, and before it was Jaden Daniels, and before that it was C.J. Stroud, and he broke all these records. I don't know what happened, but I look at this offense, and yeah, he kind of doesn't have any excuse. I mean, I don't know that Nico is the most elite number 1 out there, but you got Nico Collins, you got Woody Marks, who's kind of had a breakout season. All these Higgins, these young guys, Dalton Schultz is probably a top 5 tight end in the league. I feel like if he doesn't get it done, especially like you said, Whitey, in this AFC, we are going to look around and say, I think the Panthers made the right decision because Bryce, with that situation, we're gonna do the inverse that we've been doing. and put Bryce on the Texans and say they probably win, don't they?
How would you rank the 4 AFC teams in terms of who's least likely to get to the Super Bowl? It's tricky because it's been this way all year in the NFL. Every team you can go, yeah, but for every team.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this was the first time that we saw the Patriots. It wasn't a bad game, but I think it was the first time, and I know the Chargers have a good defense, but it was kind of the first time the Patriots didn't look as world beater-ish as they had in the past. And again, they got it done, and I think it said more about how roughed up the Chargers were. So initially, I would have said the Patriots. I just think I'm going to say the Bills to keep it simple, because the Bills probably in that group probably beat the best team, if that makes sense. Right? I think the Jaguars at home, I think that's the most impressive win from what we saw.
Jay, I don't know about you. I'm not a believer this year because of the issues they've had defensively. And I've seen Josh Allen look almost like a mere mortal at times this year.
I think you give him the love because of the history, what they've done. I've been through it, seen it, lived it, breathed it. But I
think people may be giving them too much credit for that.
Really?
We'll find out.
Well,
Is it just because it's Josh Allen?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Buffalo. Right. Yeah. Oh, they were great against Mahomes. This year's team has not been. They haven't been those Bills.
I think it just turns into, if Josh doesn't do it this season, then when's he going to do it? Right? We've seen this thing open and close with it's not that it's closed with Lamar.
I think that's fair, but I don't think that makes him any more likely to do it.
It probably doesn't, but it's familiar. It's familiar. I would have loved to get on the Jaguars bandwagon. I think people would have been very high on whoever won that game, because the Jaguars, they had beat the Chiefs early on, and people said, hey, Trevor Lawrence, okay, it's your time. So I think whoever won that game, people would have felt probably the best about. And no disrespect to the Broncos, we just got to see what you look like, because that's the other defensive team
Great
that everybody
defense,
was talking about.
I actually think the Bills walked to the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of the reasons Alan is talking about. I don't really know what the Broncos are, and it sounds crazy because we've seen a season go play out, but at the same time, does anybody truly believe in Bo Nix? Do you think he can walk 2 games into the Super Bowl and then at the same time beat a Seahawk, beat a Niner, beat a Ram? Like, I don't know. I'm definitely not sold on Drake May and the Patriots. For me, I'd take the 2 bottom teams. I'd take the Bills and the Texans just because of the defense and because been there, done that with the Bills.
I think Houston, according to the odds makers and the people that do the percentages, Houston is the least likely AFC team to win the Super Bowl.
Really?
And the 49ers are the least likely NFC team, according to the people that are doing all the percentages and everything.
I think it just depends on because I've said this before. I think the Seahawks did not want to have to see the Niners again. That's just how I feel about it. I know they're banged up, no Kittle. I just think we won. We got our W in Santa Clara. Hopefully we don't have to deal with Kyle Shanahan again, right? So the Niners thing, to me, I understand they literally have to be the least likely, but I don't really buy it. As far as the Bills are concerned, we need to see what the Broncos look like. It could be the Broncos, but to me, the Bills kind of one of those teams that have the most experience, even though they haven't gotten that far, when you run into the Chiefs or whoever. But yeah, if you look at it, it's just who else in the AFC? Nobody's done anything. I know the Texans will be in the playoffs, but they kept losing to Lamar and other teams. So I think for me, it's the Bills by default. And you look at quarterbacks, and they got Drake May's the hot guy.
Yeah, he is.
But I'm taking Josh Allen.
The latest on Coach Tomlin is he's not expected to coach in 26. Mm-hmm. Obviously, somebody will coach the Steelers. Looks like he'll take at least a year off. Good for him. I think he should just say, yeah, I'm done. But,
He probably
I know
wants,
coaches coach and players play, but what more are you going to do somewhere?
Well, going back to the guys that are supposed to go back, didn't we do this with Belichick, right? He was going to leave North Carolina early and the whole thing with his girlfriend, and he's still there. So this idea that you're just going to pop right back, I think a lot of people thought, well, look at all these coaches. Belichick's got to be better than one of them, and it just didn't happen that way. You got, Raiders great. He got us the first overall pick. Pete Carroll, he comes back for the Swan Song, and the song wasn't great. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. If I'm Tomlin, I might look at that and say, chances are it ain't going to get better.
Those dudes are 60 and 70, though. Mike is 53. If I'm not 52, 53. Like, he's got one more run.
He's got one more run, but it better be the perfect situation.
Belichick and all, I mean, he just got his AARP card. Literally a couple years ago. We're talking about guys that are.
They sent you that early, Jay.
Yeah, well, my bad. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Raider Ted, this must be for you, Alan. We're probably going to hire a young coach that has offensive pedigree the way the Bears did last year. Quit kicking us while we're down and get back to kicking the Kings while they're down. LOL.
I'll kick whoever I need to kick. And I'm not even kicking the Raiders. I said Tomlin and the Raiders will say, hey, thank you. Thank you. And then they will hang up. Thank you. And then they got to make 2 calls. Tom does. Makes a call to Mike. Hey, all right, take it easy now. We'll see you around. Makes a call to John Harbaugh. Hey, all right, cool. Take it easy now.
I do think the NFL did the 49ers obviously no favors, to say the least, by having them play on Saturday. They didn't need to do that. It's going to be really tough for the 49ers this week.
Hey, get it done.
Against a rested team in their building.
All the pressure on the Seahawks. There's still one more chance for Sam Darnold to turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
And maybe it doesn't happen. But you give Kyle Shanahan a second go at it, because that's the thing, why he didn't feel like the Seahawks, I know they left some meat on the bone offensively, but if Kyle Shanahan's this offensive genius, I know they're missing a ton of guys, and we got to see about the wide receivers and things like that. But if there's one guy I don't want to give a third opportunity to, as far as my defense versus his offense, it's probably Kyle Shanahan. And we talk about the hot defense in the Texans. Niners got the hot offense. So, I don't know.
The thing that scares me the most about the Seattle 49er game, the one they just played at Levi's, the Seahawks, it was 13-3. Oh, the 49er defense was really good. The Seahawks left a lot of points out there. They left a ton of points
6?
out there. No, it was at 9 to 13, I think. Easy.
We're a Christian McCaffrey fumble away from this whole thing going differently. And we leave that game. The Niners, they got destroyed by the Seahawks. They lost by 10. I'm telling you. Right. And I saw, what is it, plus 2,200? Where am I headed after this? I got to head on out there to Reno, baby.
When we come back, Neek Clifford getting some national love. Does he deserve it? Next on Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140. You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back Thursday through Sunday at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Just once a year, NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, boaters, RVers, and off-roading enthusiasts. Buy the latest gear, discover the best destinations. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, Thursday through Sunday at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
The other guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads. It's adorable in a scammy kind of way. At Hoblet, we skip the tricks. The price you see is the price you actually pay. What a wild concept, huh? Hoblet, family owned 77 years. Experience the difference online at hobletdodge.com.
Guys, your New Year goals start now. Get limited time savings on our most popular treatments at Revive Men's Health. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to see if you qualify to save hundreds.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
At Big O, our ProTech Plus warranty offers free flat repairs, replacements, and roadside assistance, so tire trouble is no trouble at all. Now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Cooper, Nexen, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Join Sactown Sports downtown before every Kings game and pick up an In Shape Fitness Kings Rally towel while supplies last. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Tune in every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the Toyota Tahoe Report with Johnny Mosley and me, Elena, bringing you the latest weather conditions up at Tahoe. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Sacramento's Outwork playlist is Mix 96. Now with 4 opportunities each weekday to be our $1,000 Employee of the Day. Today's hits and yesterday's favorites. Mix 96.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Jay, need your help here before we get back into the Kings and Nick Clifford. Our guy, Alan, we're thrilled to have Alan on board now. Second day here, but, he's used to doing the middays, and now he still kind of, gets up and has that weird, what do I do? Because the show isn't on till 2 o'clock.
Right.
So you got any tips for him?
Yeah, live life, brother. Easy work. It's not hard. Don't stress yourself out, man. I mean, some things are overblown, as we talk about in the sports. Sometimes, hey, just do whatever you need to, what makes you feel good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If that means head to the gym, if that means going to, I'm not sure if you're a coffee guy. I'm not a coffee guy. But, go to the local coffee spot, man. Do something. We can get you a gift card to the local jump house if you need. Work out some of your energy.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I'm going to get back into, I'm creating my schedule now. But I'll be,
Either way, that's too serious. No. You're creating a schedule? You living by Excel spreadsheets?
I'm creating my schedule. I do some adulting until about 10 o'clock. Then after 10, then I'll hit the gym. Then after I hit the gym, then I'll, prepare to get on over here.
The first thing you got to do, but it's hard for you now because you got 2 little ones, is you got to take advantage of the opportunity to sleep in a little bit.
Yes,
that's
sir.
hard, isn't it?
Trying, yeah. And today wasn't bad. We got to, I think, about 8:30. It wasn't bad.
Okay, that's a win.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. She had to go to the doctor yesterday, so
Which one?
The second one. So she was a little tired. So knocked out, I think 10 to, I had to get up, put the pacifier back in. But besides that, about 10 to 7, 10 to 8. It was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. So we got lucky last night. But typically not.
Yeah. So you're figuring it out, working through it.
Actually, that's not true. My wife had to feed her.
Oh, okay.
And we kind of looked at each other, and I said, I'm pretty tired.
Yeah.
You'll get used to it, man. It is it's interesting, Whitey, and you can attest to this, especially working the mornings for a long time. The one thing about being smack dab in the middle of the day is you definitely, on one side of the show, have to figure out when you go hard versus when you relax, right? And when I say that, it's running errands, paying bills, doing the normal, like you said, doing some adulting, because it stops you. Like, there is a certain point in time during the day where you're like, all right, I got to make sure I'm in the area by this certain time. I got to make sure my lunch is on point. I'm ready to go to walk in. So it's interesting. You'll get used to it compared to, like, you're kind of in the morning, you get it out the way. Post 2:30, you can do whatever you want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm getting used to it.
Yeah.
Swing shift style.
Yeah. I'm getting used to it. But it we're getting there.
Mm-hmm. He's worried, Jay, that his wife isn't going to listen to the show.
Was she listening when you were solo?
At times.
Okay.
At times. No, that's not what I said. I said.
He asked me, Whitey, does your wife still listen to you on the radio?
And I was basically just saying.
And she does.
There's going to
Does
come.
she?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's going to come a time when, hey, because she listened yesterday, first time, right? But, okay. Second week, third week.
She's got stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Running around,
Uh-huh.
and okay, cool. Hey, did you hear me? I had a funny story. Nope, didn't catch it. Okay.
You didn't want her to hear everything about the crazy bachelor party in Guerneville.
No, I didn't want it.
It's crazy, man.
She did not have to hear that.
Hanging by the ledge, I've heard.
She
or
did
this
not
past weekend.
Need to hear that one.
Man.
That's just for.
Matter of fact, I checked the town newspaper and I saw that.
I thought that only comes out once every 2 weeks.
It was, but I got, because we're media, I called down to see if I could get a quick excerpt. And I heard that something's coming out. They put it out actually every quarter.
Okay.
Look, man, we had a good time.
Good.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
More power to you, brother.
We'll go next weekend.
Yeah.
Whatever that consisted of.
Do a show from up there.
That's Now you're getting it. Now we're getting somewhere.
Well, we might have to climb to a tower because I heard they don't. I kid.
Nick Clifford's also having a good time. He is John Hollinger's Rookie of the Week. And the Rookie of the Week is not necessarily the best Rookie of the Week, just the one I've been watching. Mm-hmm. Some interesting thoughts here on Nick Clifford, who's had a interesting year, not really what we expected. I know going back to the summer after the draft, Jay and I were saying, well, Nick Clifford's going to play a lot. He'll be in the rotation. We don't know about Max. Mm-hmm. And here we are, just the opposite, obviously.
Yeah. I don't know when it all – was it the Westbrook thing? Was it the Westbrook signing that kind of changed everything? Because then they started running – at times they were running Schroeder and Westbrook together because Nick is probably a 2. Right, I don't know how much 3 he's going to end up playing. Before we saw him, we thought he might play some 4, but you can get away with him at the 3 in certain situations. But he's a 2 that can kind of do some point guard stuff. Mm-hmm. So when they started playing, on top of here's the craziest part, Whitey, with everything that we had talked about initially with the log jam. Then they started running Schroeder and Westbrook together. It's like, well, then we're like, well, Malik and Keon. Then they decided to run the 2 new guards together. So I think that's where things not went south, but you looked around thinking, well, yeah, nobody is getting time.
If you're playing Nick at the 4, your outlook is going to be poor. Let me put it that way. A couple of things stick out with Clifford, says Hollinger. He has the athleticism, hands, and frame to be a pretty good defender. Already can more or less hold his own on that end. That's tremendous. Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
In that, his presence perhaps presages some other choices that are coming soon for Sacramento, given that everyone I've talked to says Scott Perry's type is long, athletic, physical defenders. This also, by the way, helps explain the Kings' lukewarm interest in John Morant, Trae Young. Second of all, there is one particular trait of Clifford's that fascinates me a bit. Perhaps no rookie in the league has had as many overly ambitious moments of flying a bit too close to the sun in search of YouTube-worthy dunks. He says Nick Clifford is that guy that's like, look out below!
Yeah.
And too often is coming up just a little short.
He's going to get one. He's going to get one because he's trying about once a week, but no, he has not got it yet.
He has completed 6 dunks this season, which makes the non-dunks stand out. So Hollinger asked Zach LaVine, well, do you have some dunking tips? He said, you keep going in there and being aggressive like that. Eventually he's either going to get a dunk or a foul, but we just need to see him put one down for the confidence. Get your takeoff right. Hopefully you have big hands. If you don't have big hands, you got to be able to jump high enough. But Nico's athletic enough. We've seen him do some stuff in practice.
Hey, man, I'd like to see it. Those are the types of moments. Yeah, it is so funny going back to going back to what we expected to see this season and what we actually have seen this season. We didn't think we'd be talking about Maxime Reynaud as much. We didn't think we'd be talking about Dylan Cardwell. And I know, obviously, positionally, the Kings really needed that front court help. But it would be nice to see Neek. I've been kind of hard on Neek just because he is an older rookie. It would be nice to see him put some stuff together. But, going back to it was a post game that I was watching with Deuce and Mo. I think might have been last week or the week before. All minutes aren't created equal, and going back to Scott Perry deciding to make some decisions. Right now, Neek isn't really being prioritized offensively, and I would like to see that change.
I have to think that the master plan would be for them to move off of some of the veterans at the deadline, and then Neek is one of the guys who would directly benefit from that with more minutes.
Yeah, you get and again, it's more minutes, and they look more similar to Summer League a little bit, where they were running plays for Neek.
Oh, yeah.
He was the kind of the premier guy on that team.
Who was that five? It was Devin Carter. It was Neek. It was Maxime. It was, I think, Isaac Jones.
Yeah,
and who was the other one? Anyway,
yeah,
those five were getting some things done, and they looked like they'd been playing together all their lives.
Yeah, I know they had Crawford. It was kind of a rotation, but Crawford was doing some things. Daquan Plowden, that was kind of their of fifth position that was rotating a little bit. But yeah, obviously it's not going to look like Summer League, but just to get Neek a couple more looks to get him more comfortable just having the basketball.
Yeah, a lot with him. I say this about a lot of players, but I think it's true of a lot of players in the NBA, especially guys who are about that size. How successful he is ultimately is going to hinge to a large degree on how many threes he's able to knock down.
Yeah, and it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
They got to fall, but they do look good.
An older rookie, nearly 24. Yeah. Biggest part of that is knock down more threes. Yeah. 31.3% this season. That's not great, but that's, there's room for improvement there. A rookie, 31.3. Yeah. Okay. And it looks decent, as you said. There's a lot of promise there.
Yeah. I do think that he has a little bit of wiggle, I would say. We just have to see him be put in that situation more and take the bull by the horns a little bit himself too.
Yeah, to me, he's a good example of what I think you were talking about yesterday. Your whole you can't keep everybody thing. What I mean is, to me, Neek Clifford is a guy that a lot of fans look at and say, man, he's the future. He's at best part of the future. He could be a really good player. But if you're thinking he's going to be one of our pieces, one of our guys going forward, no, probably not. And that's fine, but let's not delude ourselves.
No, and I think the fact that the Kings didn't initially have a first-round pick, then they go get someone, and it was just a very exciting time for all of us. But
yeah,
I think the easy way, and I know everything isn't created equal, but the easy way to come back down to reality a little bit is go through, what was he, 26th? Was it 26th pick? Or 24th, something like that. 24th.
Yeah.
Whatever he was, go through all the other years of that pick. And there's some winners in there, but it's not as if that's a position where you're hitting the lottery a lot. That's not to say he can't be a good player, but a lot of those guys you'll see as a role player.
Campio says, Clifford is a 1. Give him time on the court playing the 1. Sitting behind Westbrook is a big plus. And then is it Mugen? I feel like with Neek, he is missing those extra tries like Maxime gets. Usually if he makes a mistake or two, he gets pulled. Hope he gets that time to work through his mistakes. Yeah. Hopefully that's what he'll be getting after the trade deadline.
That goes back to the logjam, right? Doug has a lot of other options with the 2s and, guards. Doesn't really have that. It's Maxime and Dylan Cardwell. That's it. They're just flip-flopping them back and forth.
When we come back, we'll look at last night in post-game press conferences because things got a little crazy. Next on Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-511-4545. That's 800-511-4545.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Tribe Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Steve Miller, the only person I can remember I ever interviewed, and I just got so tongue-tied I actually just had to stop live on the air.
Really?
Yeah. Have you ever done an interview with anyone and you just kind of...
Well,
I was so bad that he stopped and he started talking to the person who was in the studio because he knew, like, this guy's a mess right now.
I think it was our former spot. It was that head coach at our former spot.
So Coach Kerr?
Yeah. It was Steve Kerr, and I kind of got caught in between because, you're filling in. So,
yeah,
I don't really know the tells. And hey, do you want to ask all these questions? And the person I was doing the show with kind of looked at me, go. Ask a question. And then I stumbled over my words and I went back and, I'm in a grocery store listening back to it thinking, so bad. So bad. But yeah, not really tongue-tied, just just kind of froze,
just
I
get
guess.
Stuck. Yeah.
Just kind of froze. So when we were in Guerneville, okay.
Oh, here we go.
No.
Here we go.
No, so my buddies tell this story, okay? And the story goes, when we were at De La Salle, this was when 8 Mile had come out. I think I was in 8th grade. 8 Mile comes out. So we're all rapping and freestyling. And, everybody says, Alan, there's going to be this, this freestyle that you're going to do. You're going to have to battle. You're going to have to battle this dude, right? And I thought, okay, yeah, let's do it. So it's me and the kid, and the kid was a year younger than me. I think I was a sophomore, something like that. But then he starts just rapping, and clearly it was not a freestyle. Clearly he had worked on this, and his name was OG Wonderbread. Sure. And everybody, said, Alan, you can't lose to OG Wonderbread. So I said, okay. So he finishes, right? They go ahead, Alan. They play the beat. Whitey, I went full 8 Mile. I'm looking at the dean. I'm looking at father whoever, and I'm thinking I can't slip and cuss or do something. So I just bobbed my head for a little bit, gave him the mic, walked away. And to this day, we are in Guerneville. This day, my buddy's like, Alan, remember when you froze and you lost to OG Wonderbread? To this day, Whitey. To this day.
See that, Jay? They did have a great time in Guerneville.
Where's that at again? Who?
They talked about stories like that.
Man.
The Russian River.
Ooh, that was a bang-up weekend, big time.
I'm telling you, man.
Kicking it, wasn't you?
Just reminiscing on the good old days.
Well, it sounds like it wasn't
all the
fair
time.
because he was prepared and you didn't know
That's
that
right.
was allowed. Yeah.
He wasn't roasting me or anything. He's just talking about being OG Wonderbread.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I froze. Yeah.
We had some interesting moments last night in post-game press conferences. I think everything, for the most part, around here was, fine the way it's supposed to go. Russell Westbrook did say, I enjoy beating teams that I used to play for different reasons. Yeah. But we did have a situation last night after the Texans beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers wasn't too happy. I don't know. Did you hear Aaron Rodgers? Yeah. Of course, he was sticking up for Coach Tomlin, who has since resigned. But do we have this is Aaron Rodgers. Is it both questions or because he's asked? Okay.
Just to answer.
Yeah. He is asked. Yeah. He goes on and on, does Aaron Rodgers, in defending Coach Tomlin, and then somebody has a follow-up, and Aaron Rodgers did not appreciate the follow-up.
I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike. And I just did in that answer, so thanks.
Got up and left. I just answered that. Goodbye. Come on.
That's who he's been, though. I mean, lately.
Yeah.
Right, the last couple years.
He talked about Coach Tomlin and how ridiculous it would be to let him go. And then the question was, what have you learned from him? So it was not, it wasn't just, how do you feel? It wasn't like just asking him about something he literally just says, like, what have you learned from him? And he just wasn't having it.
Yeah. He was
talked about that.
He was looking for a way out. And he got it.
Is that the way his career is going to end, by throwing a pick six and then ending his last interview session like that? Or is he coming back, Alan?
Who wants him? I mean, every time I see this guy, he's throwing a check down. I mean, Kenneth Gainwell, he's a Kenneth Gainwell merchant, right? And Adam Thielen. I just don't know. And I'm sure there's somebody out there. I mean,
somebody who thinks they're close and they have kind of an iffy quarterback situation.
Yeah.
Because he was pretty good.
Dolphins.
He was much better than what he attempted to do with the Jets. But, yeah, I mean, Dolphins, it'd be a couple years later, but the Raiders.
I was going to say, Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers. Who you taking right now?
Man, probably Aaron.
What about Minnesota Vikings?
Aaron. Over JJ?
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
McCarthy?
I'm with
I'm just saying, like, we're.
I'm with you.
Have you seen him play?
I have.
And the other dude, Brosmer? Come on, man. They had to bring Phillip Rivers back.
What about the Colts?
Yeah, Daniel, when is he going to be ready? About a year.
The quarterback situation in the league is such that Phillip Rivers gets called off the couch and actually plays, I can see how somebody maybe would say we could do worse than Aaron Rodgers for 1 year.
I agree. It's not going to be the Raiders, though. But I shout out whoever it is. But I think the Dolphins, that's an interesting one because he's a little older. Get him in the warm weather, right? I mean, I don't know what's going on. Waddle can't be your number one, but you go out, get a receiver, and see what you can do there. But my problem with the Dolphins, Jay, is you're not really doing anything in that division. not with the Bills and not with the Patriots. So if I were Aaron, I would be very strategic in what I'm doing. And what does everybody typically do when they're trying to just sneak back into the playoffs? Go to the NFC South.
Mm-hmm.
Just go to the NFC South, and you'll give yourself a chance.
But not even Kirk Cousins could pull that out.
No, but that was supposed to be the thing. Actually, no one has done. Derek Carr was supposed to do it. He didn't do it. That was my big thing. I thought, as much as I did not love his time with the Raiders, and I go back and forth with Derek Carr, I said he's about to cook in New Orleans, and it just did not happen.
You talk about Charlie Checkdown, though.
Yeah.
Derek Carr, my goodness.
After the foot. Before the foot, he could spin that thing.
Aaron Rodgers is a kind of a different type of cat, and so is the coach of the Celtics, Joe Mazzulla.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, the Pacers beat the Celtics 98-96. There was could have been a crucial call that did not go against the Pacers. Pascal Siakam set a screen that Joe Mazzulla thought was an illegal screen. It wasn't called. It cost the Celtics a chance to get the ball in a tie situation, so they might not have won anyway. But it was clear after the game when reporters talked to Joe Mazzulla that he thought the illegal screen should have been called. And we'll get to that. I'm sorry, Jay. I thought we had that. I apologize.
No, we did. This is the problem. See, Alan, thankfully you're not a part of the elementary scholastic that we call the midday show anymore. Is you got guys sitting here putting stuff on mute and everything else. For what? Like, what are we doing? Yeah. Why are you putting a full computer on me? Like, no, it could have been Chris Verlaut. I kid.
Yeah.
It's probably Chris Verlaut, actually. He always does it. Hold on, real fast.
All right, so it was Joe Mazzulla last night, and reporters asked him, whatever they asked him, he wanted to talk about the illegal screen.
Joe, give yourself the chance to win, I guess. Take us through the last couple of sessions.
Illegal screen.
What'd you say?
Illegal screen.
Illegal screen.
Illegal screen.
What fell apart to get you guys behind, and then how were you able to get back?
Legal screen.
What do you mean by that? What do you want people to know about?
Illegal screen.
Would you like to say anything else?
Illegal screen.
Joe Mazzulla, coach of Celtics, felt apparently that they should have called an illegal screen there on Pascal Siakam.
What are we doing with that?
I like that. I like that, man. I'm not saying I like Joe because I don't know Joe from a can of paint, but I appreciate that. I need my coach to be surly sometimes. I don't need coach speak every single week. I don't need to hear the same PC questions every single day.
But
every
isn't
other
that a
day.
little immature?
No,
Can't you just say, look, that was a terrible call. I really felt they should have called the illegal screen. I don't have time for any more of your questions. It was a terrible call rather than just – it was a little weird, wasn't it, Jay?
I get it.
Weird.
I understand the delivery wasn't the best, but I'm also saying this. Is the NBA has a true problem with officiating and the referees, no doubt about it. And I've said it consistently, Alan, just so you know, not to be a broken record. I've said this to nauseum. I am tired of officials, referees, and umpires being beyond reproach. And the fact of the matter is he's tried that. He's tried the way you just said it, Whitey. You know what? Look, the illegal screen, we got to talk about it. And what normally happens is what? You catch that FedEx envelope the very next day.
I think he's going to catch a FedEx.
No doubt, and that's okay. But guess what? When you get a technical, what do people always say? What's the one thing people say when you get a technical?
The team will pay for it.
No. Earn it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Get what you're going to earn. If you're going to get fined, do everything you possibly can. You're going to get thrown out. Go ahead and earn that.
Mm-hmm.
So I get what he's saying. Again, his delivery is a little odd. Joe Mazzulla, as you led up the tease, he is a little odd. A lot of people are indifferent. You either like him or you hate Joe Mazzulla.
He's been a really good coach. No
yeah,
question
no
about
doubt
that.
about it. But I'm just saying, I think he's trying to get a point across. True, in reality.
Yeah. He's probably going to get fined, though.
Probably too.
He's probably going to get fined. But to be fair, he didn't say that was a terrible call. He just said the words illegal screen repeatedly. So maybe he doesn't get fined. I mean, what are you fining me for? I didn't say they missed the call. I didn't say anything. I just said illegal screen.
Oh, when we come back, Kings may be tanking, but the Lakers have problems. So do we have a trade match any which way between these two teams? We're back with that. Allen Stiles and the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Visit SactownSports.com and join the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners pull off the big-time upset in Philly, defeating the defending champs 23-19. Christian McCaffrey had over 100 yards from scrimmage and 2 touchdowns in the win. The D comes up with a stop in the final minute to secure the win. Niners now travel to Seattle on Saturday for a divisional round playoff game. Catch that game right here on Sactown Sports 1140, beginning at 4 o'clock.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
At Sierra Pacific, your home's comfort comes first. Need fast heating or plumbing you can trust? Our skilled, friendly technicians are ready when you need them. Save 10% on heating or plumbing repairs this winter season. Get a heating system tune-up for just $79. Call today or visit SierraPacificHome.com. Legendary service and craftsmanship since 1984.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Isn't it a shame? Last night, LeBron James wore patch commemorating his 72 years in the league, and he debuted the patch in Sacramento, where, of course, his career began. And Topps, Fanatics, they're going to take that patch, and I think he's going to wear more patches. Maybe it's the same patch. And they're going to put them into trading cards. They'll be really exclusive trading cards down the road. But isn't it a shame, Alan, Jay, dear listener, first time he wears the patch, they lose the game.
Yeah. I would say maybe a little fitting.
Yes.
That he catches that L. I don't really know what to do with the patch. I get it. What he's doing is historic, so we enjoy it. I know we were listening yesterday about the timing of it and why they chose to do it now. I don't know. He just always finds things, and it's not – this one particularly maybe isn't his fault, but this stuff is always just going to rub people the wrong way.
Right. Hey, did you see Bronny knock down a 3 last night?
Yeah.
Look at Bronny go.
Hey. NBA
and all the Laker fans, yay!
Yeah, NBA player or player in the NBA.
Speaking of stories, Shams shed a little light on the Dennis Schroeder Luka situation today. And he just basically was nothing that we didn't know, but it had to do with Luka calling him the B word, Alan. He didn't say what B word, but I think I might know.
I think we all probably have somewhat of an idea. And funny enough, we were talking about this yesterday. Yeah, that's one of those words where, depending on who it is, some people don't care. It's just like anything else. Some people, you don't do that.
Yeah.
You do not do that.
And Shams also said, and this is the way I saw it, the fact that they issued the suspension right before the Lakers came here was not a coincidence. The league did not want anything happening to their golden boy, Luka. They didn't want anything embarrassing happening, so they investigated, and then they decided, all right, 3-game suspension for Schroeder when the Lakers were here.
But that's my question, and obviously it's not something that typically comes up in some of the interviews that we've had, right, when I'm doing the post-practice interviews. This stuff doesn't come up on media day, but I wonder, and Jay, you probably have some kind of stories on this too. Is that word off limits, right? Is that word, I guess, kind of collectively in the league or in the NBA? Is that a word even in other sports, NFL, whatever? Is it that how I'm taking it? Hey, some people just really don't like that. Some people don't care.
I think it gets thrown around a lot.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So is it just some people just don't mess with that word like that?
Matt George called you everything but that yesterday.
I mean, pretty much. And I just took it.
Illegal screen.
I should have went Schroeder. Give me a break here.
No, I have to think that gets said a lot, and it's just a matter of who you say it to and how they want to react to it.
Yeah.
It's on the environment, right?
Yeah.
Who you with, who you're around.
But, Jay, there are people out there, like that word.
No.
And Schroeder said, no.
He said 9. 9.
He said it's not happening, man. And maybe Luka will, you got to be careful.
The Lakers are a mess. Do you think the Kings have anything they would want? Before you answer, they're also a mess for this, and we talked a little bit about this. You got Rich Paul now doing a podcast with Max Kellerman, and yesterday he was talking about, I think, this is LeBron's agent doing a podcast, I think the Lakers should trade Austin Reeves for Jaren Jackson Jr. Yeah, Laker management not really happy about that. So they got a lot of things swirling around there. As LeBron's agent tries to work the roster to LeBron's favor here. Is there anything the Kings have that you think might interest the Lakers? We've heard a lot about Keon Ellis, maybe.
That's the main one. Keon. I mean, they essentially told DeMar in so many words the last time that he was available that they weren't interested in DeMar. I guess offense isn't really their problem, but I don't know. Everybody gets on DeMar for, the ball just kind of gets stuck in his hands. But and we were talking about if he were to come off the bench, if it was in spots, I think that could help. Ultimately, I guess the defense isn't their problem. But outside of Keon, I don't know. I mean, obviously they can't afford Zach LaVine. But outside of Keon, I'm not really seeing much here that they would be interested in. Malik Monk, again, you have Austin Reeves.
They had him.
Yeah,
before.
They had him. You have Austin Reeves, so I don't know why you would want both. So I don't think so.
Yeah, the thing about DeMar, I don't know that the ball gets stuck in his hand so much as it is this. If you got him on the floor, there's times when you have to run the offense through him. And he's had 6 assists each of the last 2 games. And so he's good at driving and then nothing here, and he'll kick it out.
Yeah.
But if you have him off the ball, as you almost certainly would have to have him with the Lakers, if DeMar DeRozan is like a spot-up shooter, I know he's shooting the ball well, but it's like there's no reason to have him if that's the way you're going to use him.
No. I mean, yeah, there's nobody because there's no point in really talking about the younger guys. So especially based on who played last night, if LeBron had more years left on the deal, I don't know, maybe Sabonis, there could be something there, but they got DeAndre Ayton. They probably don't love having DeAndre Ayton, but Sabonis isn't a guy that's going to help them as much as they would need to this season, and I guess it's all about this season because of LeBron's contract.
Yeah, so other than Keon Ellis, there doesn't appear to be any Kings that the Lakers would be interested in. However, they may, that is the Kings and the Lakers may be interested in the same player. Jake Fisher noting, quote, "The purple and gold's known preference at this deadline is to acquire a true 3-and-D wing with size if possible to provide some point of attack resistance on the perimeter, blah, 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 blah. It must be said the Lakers, according to sources, did call Golden State about Kuminga during the side's summer standoff and restricted free agency. I'm told that the Lakers have likewise continued to monitor Kuminga's situation while casting a wide net to try to find help on a very limited wing market," end quote. If they think Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a 3-and-D wing for them, they're crazy.
They just don't know. This is the thing. We talked about the hot guy in Drake May. Now everybody needs 3-and-D, right? And nobody even knows what that is anymore. If Jonathan Kuminga is going to be put into this conversation, he's shooting 32% from 3. If he was 3-and-D, answer me this, Mr. Pelinka. How is he 3-and-D, but the Warriors also need 3-and-D?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. If they have Kuminga, they must figure like, well, he can help us, just we'll have to get our 3-and-D elsewhere because he's never been that 3-and-D guy.
No,
he's shown flashes. I think he had 1 year. I don't know if you have his numbers up there. He shot the 3-ball pretty well just 1 year, his second or third year.
Yeah, you're talking about 2022, 2023. He was at 37%, 2.2 attempts a game. So 2.2 attempts a game. But yeah, besides that, 30% or 32% the year after that. He got up to 3.2 attempts a game last season. That brought him down to 30% from 3. And this season, he's at 2.8 3-point attempts at 32% from 3. He's 3-and-D, though.
I want to be clear on this because I know it's going to sound like I'm contradicting myself. I think that the Kings acquiring Kuminga is not a great idea basketball-wise. Sam Vecini wrote about him yesterday, and I just found myself like nodding my head in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. And he wrote about how Kuminga does not seem to have a very good sense of really how to play. And maybe he does, and he just doesn't care. He has a way he wants to play, and I don't think it's the way the Kings want to play. Look at how democratic they've been with the shot selection the last 2 nights. That said, I'm hoping they bring him here because I think it would be a lot of fun. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's a good idea, but I hope they do it because I think it'd be a lot more entertaining than what we have going on now.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to do that, Alan?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think we all would like to see something refreshing.
Yeah.
And he would be refreshing, and it would be fun. And at this point in time, the way his contract is set up, it's not a huge he's not going to get that many opportunities to show he can be a number one. I don't think
you would have a nice, with the contract that he just signed with the Warriors, whoever gets him, you would have a good amount of time to find. You wouldn't be committed to him long term, but you'd have a nice chunk of time to figure out whether he was worth investing in long term.
Exactly. He gets what he wants, which is an opportunity. You get what you want, which is somebody who's young and athletic. And I think his ability to slash, my main thing with Kuminga, I don't know that he'll ever be a primary ball handler, but the way he slashes, if he could play make a little bit.
I don't believe he can, Alan.
I mean, right now, if he gets downhill, he's going to the rack. That's pretty much it. But if you had something like that, then I'm imagining him beating guys off the dribble, kicking it out to to Keegan for 3 or if Keon's still on the team.
We're not kicking the ball out to anybody, Allen, if we're Kuminga. We're taking it to the rack, baby.
I need 25 shots a game. That's what I need. So
I'm guessing that's kind of what the Kings suggested to him. I'm making some assumptions here, but when Scott Perry talked to him in Miami, I'm assuming that because he seems like, from all reports, he really wants to be here. So my guess is the Kings told him, keys to the whole thing are going to be yours, Jonathan, if you come here. We want to build it around you or give you a chance to show that we should build it around you.
I do wonder, though, as we keep having these conversations about the 6 pillars and how, hey, well, you didn't want Trey, but you're not against Ja, but what about the 6 pillars? I do wonder if what they're promising or what they may have promised to Jonathan Kuminga, not that it goes against the 6 pillars, but I don't know. You give a guy the world, is it going to be hard to rein him in a little bit? This was something that happened my senior year when we had a new coach. And that new coach, when he got his freshmen in there, we weren't very good at Temple. We had talent, but we just weren't very good. He brought in his rookies, right, or his freshmen and his JUCO guys, and they didn't really respect us because they thought, we're here because you guys stink, and it was kind of hard to have that relationship where it's, hey, I'm a senior, you're not going to talk to us like that, while the coach had essentially said, look, guys, once we get these bums out of here, pretty much, we're going to be able to figure this thing out. And I wonder if you got to be careful when you're promising somebody all this stuff and then you get out here, is it going to be hard to rein them in a little bit?
Another name that we're keeping an eye on, of course, on the Kings trade front is Ja Morant. And while it looks like the Kings are not really interested in him as a player, they may have interest if in acquiring him, they can take care of some other things in the process.
Yeah. Move off of some of the – here's the thing, and I don't necessarily want Ja and the Kings, but if you're able to get off of some of your bad contracts, you make a decision, maybe you move off of Schroeder after that, and you got – you make a decision on Westbrook, that's a couple years where hey, DeMontis, we're going to get you a little bit of help. Hey, Keegan, we're going to get you a little bit of help, and you give them a couple years at it, and then it doesn't really – destroy your timeline that much. That's the only argument I can come up with in my mind. But I still don't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, Ja is not old, but he's got a big contract. So you would be just if it's Ja coming, then no matter what else, you're taking on a not great contract. I don't think it's going to work because it seems to me the Grizzlies want a lot of the same things that the Kings do.
Yeah.
They're looking for young players, and they're willing to take back some bad contracts maybe, but they're giving you a bad contract to start the whole thing.
And if I was going to do the Ja thing, I would kind of want to keep Zach LaVine because I think Ja needs to be surrounded by shooters. So if that's the deal because they're both making a lot of money, okay, that it's the same spacing thing just with Ja who's younger, but it's the same spacing conversation.
To me, if you bring in Ja, you're committing to him. You have to. And that's contrary to what supposedly they're doing here. Is it not?
No, it is. You're giving an opportunity to see, hey, Domantas Sabonis, here is your De'Aaron Fox type of replacement to see if we can do something. And then after that, we're kind of clearing the deck. Now, you'd be clearing the deck because I believe Ja's got an extra year on his contract than Domantas Sabonis does, but you're basically saying, hey, let's at least – because we haven't really heard Scott Perry say much of anything about Domantas Sabonis. So I don't know what direction that would go in unless that trade is for Domantas Sabonis.
Well, he's got to be close to coming back. He's been cleared for basketball activities. So given the extent of the injury, if it's the meniscus and he's cleared for basketball activities – he's got to get his conditioning up, but other than that, he should be really close.
Yeah, he looked good. I know he was doing some things yesterday, so...
Is that even a good thing? You'd think, typically, hey, your guy who's made all-league third team is coming back. Great. But right now it's like, timing-wise, I don't know if that's ideal.
I want him back.
You want to play Maxime.
Yeah, that's true, but I do want him back because...
Because you're not worried about winning games, and I am worried about winning games.
Well, I believe that you got to get him on the court because I don't know how much the Kings have him focused or as a focus moving forward. So you need him playing, what was he, 7th on the MVP ladder the last couple seasons? You need him playing like that to just give yourself some optionality. I'm seeing here from Shams as well that, Anthony Davis will not need it.
Will not need surgery.
Will not need surgery. At first they thought he did. Now they say he won't. Reevaluated in 6 weeks, so you can do the math right there for the trade deadline. So
what's being said for him is that he could come back and join a team in time for the playoffs, and it could also be a team that is going to sign him long term.
Couldn't be me.
He's back on the trade market.
Could not be me. No, thank you.
Just because he's always hurt.
Yeah. No, thanks.
Yeah, but I have to think Atlanta's probably going to be back on that.
Yeah.
Jalopy.
Yeah. Well, and Toronto, that's one of the teams, because I know we were talking about how Anthony Davis and Sabonis not the same type of player, and I agree with you. But I know that Toronto was a team that was interested in both. The Hawks were only really interested in Davis from what we've heard, but a couple of the teams have gone back and forth on them. So you get him back on the court and you worry about things later, Whitey. I mean, he played before and they weren't winning a ton of games then. I'm not worried about that.
Tom Tuwitty says, I'm done with Sabonis on the Kings. I don't want him back. Dweller says, I think he will be traded. We need first-round picks. Dweller also says, stop moving all the hosts around on 1140. Allen needs his own show. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not see that.
Yeah.
I did not
see that. He's in your
that.
corner.
Hey.
Combate!
There with your chest in.
Hey, we appreciate the love. I'm here.
Stop messing with the radio hosts. Allen Stiles deserves his own show.
Hey, Drive Guys are here, baby. We're here.
This is his show.
Yeah.
It's our show.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. 2 to 6, baby. We're here. I'm still getting used to it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sleepy or something over there, man? You need a nap or what? What's that?
No, I'm good. I got to double check. Jay, were you drinking coffee earlier?
No, I don't
Not
drink
a coffee
coffee.
guy.
Okay, you had a cup. I didn't know.
Oh, I had water.
Not a coffee. Yes, sir.
Because I do feel like I can't really do coffee at this time. It's past my coffee time.
Oh, really? That's all what I got.
I can't do coffee after about 1 or 2.
Really?
What about like iced coffee or frappuccino? What about like the foo-foo coffee?
I'm a hot drink guy.
I got you.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
hot tea, hot coffee. I will do an iced tea though.
Okay.
You know,
is it just the caffeine? After
Yeah.
3, you have the caffeine, and then you're lying there wide awake?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I got to try it out.
Mm.
You know, but I'm very, like Jay said, I got to schedule this stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But we're getting there. Hey, thanks, Dweller.
Got your spreadsheet out, brother. Pull it out. Excel style.
Here the Kings have 2 wins in a row, and then Mike Brown comes back to town tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Big night tomorrow night.
I know that there are a lot of people dreading the Mike Brown conversations that maybe at
What kind
some
of people?
point, I just think there are a lot of Kings fans that are just
Fans?
over it.
Mhm.
Yeah, just, hey, we moved on. Now, I do know this. I do feel like the idea of that conversation felt different last season when we were in the midst of Doug and the 7 wins in a row and people saying, Allen, they lost the locker room. Not just me, but in general, they lost the locker room or he lost the locker room. I do feel like when we have had the conversations this season, like during the NBA Cup and stuff, a lot of those fans haven't been saying it with their chest the same way they were saying it last season, where it felt like, no, guys, this is clearly the right thing to do. Now, a year later, as things kind of look different and, everyone's, the Knicks already had a good team. Of course they're playing well, but I do feel like a lot of fans that had a little bit of venom to say, no, we got to move on from Mike Brown, does feel like it's softened a bit just because of where we are a year later and where Mike Brown is a year later.
I appreciate that so far anyway. He has taken the high road and he has said, no, I'm grateful that I got to work there. Obviously, he probably feels a little differently, but as much as I respect him and am a fan of Michael Malone, I got tired of that being an issue every time the Kings played the Nuggets. It was like, oh, yeah, they fired Michael Malone, because in a way he didn't want to let it go, which is his right. But I'm glad that I don't think it's going to be at least as overt with Mike Brown. We're not going to have to go through that every time they play the Knicks, which, again, is not as often as they play the Nuggets because you only play the Knicks twice a year, once here.
Yeah, and we had the whole situation. Do they want to extend him? Do they not? We've had so much come out since that clearly, and it's what we already knew, clearly they did not want to extend him. At least people in that building did not want to extend him. But
somebody must have because they did.
Right.
But not everybody did.
But I think they felt like they had to. You know, it would have been terrible optics to not extend this guy. So instead, they just fired him after 30 games, which was also bad optics. But they decided, you know what, this is the right thing for us to do. They felt like they had a plan in place, and this is where we're at now within that plan. But for as far as the fans are concerned, I think they can look at the time with Mike Brown and say, we got to the playoffs. It was a good run. The fact that he was connected to De'Aaron, I think makes things a little bit easier versus harder because it just is a moment that we have to move on from, even if you didn't want to. And you can still have regrets on how it happened. But, yeah, when it first happened initially, a lot of people thought maybe De'Aaron, you could convince – I remember doing the shows. We could convince De'Aaron to stay, 7-game winning streak. I think people maybe would have reacted differently if they knew what we then found out, that if De'Aaron said, hey, if you move him, it's over.
I think it was about that time, if I have the timeline right, when Coach Christie actually called Clutch Sports and asked them, look, is there any way we can work this out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and at that point, it was like, nah, that ship has sailed.
That's right.
But there were efforts, not just fans trying to figure out, can we keep him, but Coach Christie actually trying to see if there was any way they could keep De'Aaron Fox on board.
They tried.
Mm-hmm.
They tried, but, De'Aaron, he knew what he wanted, and he knew what he didn't want the Kings to do, and they did it.
Get to watch him tonight against the Thunder.
What is this? What is this, a 7-game series? They play each other every week.
And it's always on Peacock,
Oh,
NBC.
my goodness. Oh, Chet and Wemby.
Yeah.
They don't really like each other.
Hey, for all the talk earlier in the year of how the Oklahoma City Thunder were going to win 80 games, they're 6-6 in their last 12.
Yeah.
They got the same record as the Wizards in the last 12.
Well, you gotta be careful, because now all of a sudden Jalen Williams and his, I don't want to say snarkiness, but I played in the finals, brother. This is just a Christmas game, whatever it was. A lot of Thunder fans, they think he's the problem.
Well, he is. And I like him, but he's kind of, he was like all league caliber when they won a championship. You also got Lou Dort. He can't make a shot. Caruso can't make a shot.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not the juggernaut they appeared to be.
Yeah, I saw
were.
You brought that up, and there was, I guess, a meme out there saying something about when the Thunder have an open three, because I guess they've just been missing so many that fans just can't even watch it anymore. But I don't know what to do with Jalen Williams. I mean, yeah, he sounded a little bit snarky, and he's kind of got an air to him, and that's fine. But I just don't know.
Which one, Arkansas or Santa Clara?
It's never Arkansas. It's never.
I know. How have the Kings won 2 in a row against 2 really good teams? I think they're just making shots. I think the offense clicking, and I do think they catch teams napping a little bit. Teams come in there is like, these guys are terrible. Like, wow.
Yeah.
They're making shots. We're in trouble.
Right. Well, it turns into a thing where, what was it back in the day? Just don't be that team. That's kind of the allure, but they're better than a team where you should say that about. Because that's the thing. The Kings, maybe they were never going to make the playoffs, but I never felt, and that's why it kind of came off like I would be tough on Doug, because I don't know who to blame, because I don't think this team is that bad, right? They got some players. So now they've turned into this team where fans just lose it if your team loses to the Kings, but they are not this 20-year-old tanking team that there's no excuse and you should not be losing to. They should catch some teams napping more often than not.
I think they almost have to shoot especially the 3-ball well to have a chance to win. They didn't shoot it great against Houston, but for them they shot it reasonably well. But last night the Kings, their shooting was just lights out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which also is an indicator of why the Lakers are having so many problems. Their defense has been bad, especially on the perimeter.
Yeah, well, and you got to get them up, and the Kings just have not been getting up enough threes, especially in this day and age.
You're right. 26 last night. They made 17, but they only got up 26.
How many did the Lakers get up?
36.
Yeah. That's every day. It's every game with them. But if you got a good, obviously, average, that's fine for you, a good percentage. But, yeah, they're still not what did Doug say? He wanted them to get up 50?
Yeah, but he told us about that, and I asked him. I said, do you say 50 because you want 40? And he pretty much said, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they got to get there. They got to get there.
That was a game last night because the Lakers had LeBron 0 for 5. Clank LaRavia was 0 for 5. Marcus Smart was 0 for 3. Luka was 2 for 9. He had 42 points, 2 for 9. And everybody in the Kings that threw the ball up in the general vicinity of the basket from the three-point line went in.
Yeah. You got to stay hot, and you're Scott Perry. You're kind of on this balance beam right now of, okay, these guys are going to start to hopefully get their value back up a little bit, but you got to strike while the iron's hot as well.
We'll come back with the first look, the new mock NBA draft of 2026, the first one from ESPN. Who do the Kings select? We'll tell you when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can go all in. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Deal extended through January 16th. Don't miss it.
See Club for details.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank Allen Stiles for wearing a really cool T-shirt today. San Francisco Seals T-shirt. My grandfather, Louis Lundberg, played for the San Francisco Seals briefly. So thank you, Allen.
Of course. I knew there was a connection. You know?
Did you?
That's why I wore it. I'm still just... I'm just being nice to you because it's only the second day.
Oh, I appreciate
what I mean?
that.
I got to butter you up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
What do you make of the big news today from Shams that Anthony Davis is not going to need surgery? He could be back in 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks. There's going to be somebody that takes a chance on him. I don't know what the Mavericks are looking for in return. I mean, it's $50 million. I think he's got 3 more years left on his deal. And this team, I guess, would be wanting to extend him again. I know initially he was looking for a max contract before this injury occurred. Yeah, I guess I don't know what teams want back in return. We know the Hawks and Riz Sachet, number 1 overall pick, but outside of that, I don't know. Maybe my view of Anthony Davis just isn't great, but just some of the other teams that are interested. Like if you're the Mavericks, what and the Raptors are interested, what do you want?
The Mavs are prioritizing the long-term outlook while building around Cooper Flagg. You know that they would love to send AD to Atlanta and somehow get that New Orleans pick.
Well, yes.
I mean, I think the Hawks would have to be bonkers to give him that. But
Yeah. I mean, things...
For Anthony Davis?
Yeah, things tend to work out for the Mavericks, at least lately. But, yeah, I think they're probably just going to have to settle with the Riz Sachet. Because think about it like this. If I'm the new GM for the Mavericks, and I say the same thing about the Kings, I can't care about what the deal was initially. That is not my business, right? Kyle Ledbetter would always do this because he would say, well, technically, if you follow the trail, now the Kings actually got this. It was like a running thing. Now this is what the Kings actually got for De'Aaron.
The Kings haven't been very good at that.
No, but to me, if I'm Scott Perry, I don't care about that. I have to do the deal that matters now. It's not my problem if I move off of Zach LaVine. It's not my problem if somebody says, well, technically, they gave up De'Aaron Fox for Kuminga or something like that.
Right, but you do have to maximize your assets, what you inherit and its value. Yeah, I understand you can't worry about where you got it, but you have to get the most you can given what it's worth when you acquire it.
Yeah, all I'm saying is you can't go chasing that Luka deal if you are the Mavericks. You can't, we got to get that Luka deal back. If you can get Riz Sachet, who I know the Hawks clearly aren't prioritizing, but if you can get Riz Sachet and maybe another pick or another young player, or if with the Raptors, Colin Murray-Boyles, you're still getting something back for AD. You can't keep chasing the Luka.
It surprises me that there is as much interest in AD as there is.
Yeah.
And I know when he's healthy, and he's been in the league a while now, he was a phenomenal talent earlier when New Orleans had him the first time around, but now he just gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not his fault. You injure your hand. I don't know, but how is there so much demand for him?
I don't know. That's why it's hard for me to say to see the Hawks, doing anything more than a Riz Sachet and some other young player that they have on the team, because you're taking on $50 million. I think the idea that you're going to give him another contract, that puts the leverage back in the Mavericks' hands, and that's the part of it that I don't get. Like if you're the Warriors and you just want to go after it for 2 years, whatever AD, I think he's got 3 years left on his deal, that's one thing. But to say this is for the future, this is a move for the future, when the Mavericks just tried to do that and it went horribly wrong, that's what confuses me. The Raptors, the Hawks, that confuses me. Not the one-hitter quitter where we're just trying to finesse one more championship. That makes sense to me. The Raptors and the Hawks, that doesn't make sense to me.
Right. The thinking that he's all we need to put us over the top.
Right.
What?
Yeah. Or we're building, you're dang near building around him. He's part of your core. After they just had Porzingis, who also can't stay on the court if you're the Hawks.
Jeremy Woo at ESPN.com has his first mock draft of 2026. Interestingly, he says there's a real difference of opinion around the NBA surrounding the depth and quality of the draft at this point, beginning in the middle part of the lottery and on. Considering the availability of major NIL money coupled with what NBA teams view as a wide-open 27 draft class, the expectation remains that a significant number of prospects will ultimately remain in college to improve their stock if they are not entrenched in the first round. Could affect the Kings, obviously. We'll see how many picks they end up with. Here we go. And, of course, we don't know who actually is going to be picking where. But for what it's worth, Jeremy Woo says with the first pick in the 2026 ESPN mock draft, the Indiana Pacers select Darren Peterson, Kansas.
Have fun. Wait, so why is it that – can somebody explain to me why De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton are just stuck in this cycle of point guards being drafted to the teams that they are on? How are they in that? How are they stuck in that cycle, Whitey?
Oh, it's positionless basketball.
I know, but isn't it kind of funny?
I don't know. I know what you're saying, but
De'Aaron out there with Castle and the crew and Dylan Harper, and now obviously Tyrese Halliburton's a superstar, but now he's going to get a Darren Peterson, and you're really going to get Darren Peterson when he hasn't really played, and Tyrese is coming off of an Achilles.
Yeah, and I think Peterson can play off guard as well. So that's what Jeremy Woo thinks.
Okay.
With the second pick in the 2026 ESPN mock draft, the Sacramento Kings select A.J. DeBansa.
Yes, sir.
Woo!
That's
Jeremy Woo says there's no hotter player in college basketball than DeBansa, who has scored 20-plus points on 50-plus% shooting in 9 straight games, the first D1 freshman in the past 30 years to do so.
Sacramento.
Just
that's why we can't be winning these games, Alan.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But don't overthink this. There's going to be other names that pop up. Just don't overthink it.
Scouts wanted to see him play more aggressively. He answered the call. No prospect in this class. This is what Jay has been saying for a while now. No prospect in this class is more physically gifted. His ability to punish defenses downhill and get into the paint at his size makes him a special player.
Yeah, got to have him.
His ball-dominant tendencies and streaky three-point shooting are factors for scouts as they split hairs between the top trio. But DeBansa's upside is as high as anyone in the draft.
Yeah.
Sounds like NBA star to me.
Yeah. The fact that he's even taking threes right now, I know they're not all falling, but I know it's a sign of where this league is going, but that's a good sign to me, right? It used to be these guys weren't even shooting the three before they got into the league.
32.6 on college threes is not great to me.
Don't need him to be a three-point shooter, Whitey.
It's fine. It's fine for now. It's fine for now. That does not worry me.
Yeah. That's the college. We're talking about the college three.
But that's like the thing with the football. You know, when you get drafted in the NFL football versus the college football, it pops up sometimes. It pops up sometimes.
I'm wondering if that's one of the things that happened to your guy Dillingham, by the way. He gets into the NBA and that three-point line is like, woo, that's really far.
There's a video. It looks like he's really hucking that thing. I mean, he's getting his whole body into it.
Yeah. The rest of it, with the third pick, Atlanta, Cam Boozer. With the fourth pick, Washington, Caleb Wilson. Kingston Flemings to Utah in this mock. Rounds out the top 5.
No Caleb.
Let's see. Michael Brown to the Nets. Nate Ament, Charlotte.
A lot of people like Caleb.
Yeah, he goes to Washington 4th.
Oh, okay.
Caleb Wilson.
Okay. Okay.
That's the mock.
Yeah.
So and I know that the Kings could end up with a worst record. It doesn't guarantee they're going to get a top 3 pick, but you have a better chance, and you might as well maximize that opportunity.
Yeah. Well, look, it's not about me enjoying these wins in a way that anybody else should or shouldn't enjoy these wins. They're doing what they're supposed to do. This team probably has been around or been together longer than a lot of us expected. So to me, you were always going to fall into some wins, Whitey. You weren't going to go winless. So if you want it to stop, you got to make some moves.
Mm-hmm. In their last 10 games, the teams that currently are in the lottery, New Orleans, worst record in the league, they're 1-9 in their last 10. Indiana 3-7, Sacramento 3-7, Washington 5-5, Brooklyn 3-7, Charlotte 4-6, Utah 4-6, Dallas 4-6, and the Clippers 8-2.
Man, well, that turnaround.
So they're definitely not tanking.
No, they're out. Like you said, is it too late to tank? It is not too late to tank for the Kings. It's not.
We will come back with a look at how pass rush could actually still be on the way for the 49ers. We got Vic Tafur top of the hour as well. So stick around, Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers advance.
Over the middle, tip, incomplete. San Francisco takes over, looking to take away the upset.
The Seahawks are next.
He's got it, and 20 more. Touchdown, Seattle.
Listen to the San Francisco 49ers playoff run on Sactown Sports 1140.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Catch all the action at Sky River Casino. Enjoy over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room. Plus, with 18 elevated restaurants, bars, and lounge destinations, and Sky River rewards that add up and up. There's something for everyone. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun and experience new heights. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get more for your money at Elk Grove Chevrolet, where value meets style. Purchase a new 2026 Chevrolet Trax for just $299 per month plus tax. The Trax delivers more for less with a sleek design, impressive fuel economy, and tech that keeps you connected. Conveniently located in Elk Grove, just minutes from Sacramento. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today for full details and see why the Trax is such a smart choice.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
I don't know if we're going to get the best out of Allen the rest of the show because we've got that team golf thing on now, and Allen is just glued to it. I didn't know you were such a fan.
What is it serving?
Jupiter against New York.
If I'm assuming this is in New York.
No, I think it's all in Florida.
Okay, it's all. Okay.
I think they have the studio in Florida
I got
somewhere.
you. So yeah, I mean, if I was out there for some reason, someone said, "Hey, I got free tickets." Maybe
Tiger's there.
I'm just going to see.
I can see why you like it.
I'm
It's
just-
not my thing.
I'm
I don't
just-
think Jay really cares for it, but I think we can kind of understand why you like it so
I'm
much.
just going to see Tiger.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I'm going. Anything else? I mean, what do we
Ricky
do?
Fowler. Jay,
Yeah.
doesn't it stand to reason that a guy who digs going to Guerneville would like watching team golf on TV?
Sounds pretty close, familiar, light type event.
You guys are funny. Look, I would make my way out there if, like I said, if someone said, "Hey, Alan, got these tickets. Want to go?" Sure, but I'm not.
Wait, you would buy the plane ticket and all?
No.
Okay.
If I happen to already be in
okay.
Florida. No.
Yeah, they hit the drives on a simulator, and then the chip shots, they actually have this cockamamie stadium green.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I don't watch it.
I know you have.
I don't watch it.
I know you have.
But I've seen it. Okay? By the way, Jay, just real quick, because I don't know if you saw this, but did you see the Bottle Rock? The Bottle Rock lineup came out.
I saw the lineup came out, but I have not looked at the lineup.
Who's the headliners?
Man, it is.
Is it good or bad? I can't tell by the way you.
No, I gotta go.
Okay.
See, back in the day, before the kiddos, that was our thing. We went to a lot of music festivals back in the day.
What's your favorite one?
We would go to
that
Life.
you went to?
Yeah, Life is Beautiful in Vegas. We would go to that one
Mhm.
almost every year. Obviously, the local ones, Bottle Rock and
Outside
Lands, of
Yeah.
course. We went to a good bit, but we've been out the game. I think we're getting back in the game this year. Foo Fighters, Backstreet Boys.
Wow.
Oh, come on. Wait a minute.
Oh, no, hold on.
These are headliners?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Listen to this.
Alan wants it his
That's right.
way. Tell me why.
Foo Fighters, Backstreet Boys, Lord, Teddy Swims, LCD Sound System, Lil Wayne, Ludacris, Papa Roach, Slightly Stupid.
Isn't Papa Roach from Vacaville?
Mm-hmm. Busta Rhymes.
I'll go with you, Alan.
Big X the Plug.
Mm-hmm.
John Bellion, Shaka Khan. Come on, man.
Great Shaka Khan?
Yes.
Okay, now we talking.
Cool in the Gang.
Okay.
Come on,
You
man.
got some stuff there. Now, is that a Saturday or Sunday?
That's 3 days.
That's all over. Okay.
That's 3 days.
So are they doing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
That's right.
Did they do Friday last year?
I think they always do Friday.
Really? I thought it was Saturday, Sunday.
I need to go.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Foos in a while. I'll go, Alan.
DJ, let's go.
Okay.
DJ Pauly D. He's at the bottom.
I'm going for you had me at Cool in the Gang.
That's what I'm saying, man. So we out.
Actually, I will say this. That's not a bad eclectic lineup.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of serves all masters, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Rev Run with Run DMC.
Really?
Yes. I'm telling you. I'm out.
Backstreet
Boys. Come on, man. Come on. It sounds good.
Yeah. I know that's big news, but do you have something else to tell us?
Yes.
No, that's the biggest.
That's the biggest. Okay, so we had the question earlier whether or not the Kings were going to be seriously pursuing Ja. Now, this is not the Sam Amick report where they say we are not going to pursue Trae Young. What is said is the Kings are not expected to make an aggressive offer for Ja Morant, and the Timberwolves are not expected to trade their depth for a point guard from Jake Fisher.
Right.
So it doesn't say they're out, just says we're going to give you an offer, and it's the best we can do.
Mm-hmm. Jake Fisher, pretty reliable source.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if you were worried about Ja.
Not going to mention any of those other people that have been on your show.
No. No need. No need. Okay, because it didn't happen. So it's not to say that they're not going to pursue him, but it will be similar to the package that we talked about earlier. Guys that are expiring, things like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be aggressive.
It's like, yeah, well, maybe we can help you if you can help us with that. So let us know, and we're going to go do other things.
Yeah. And my initial guess is somebody else is going to be able to beat that deal, but you never know.
I was talking with Emran. We're doing the card show on Saturday, and one of the things he was saying was, John Morant, why not get him? He makes you better right now. But, of course, it's not about being a little bit better right now. That's where that discipline comes in. It's like we're not trying to be the 10 seed or the 9 seed. We're trying to be a sustainable winner for many years to come. And so we have to skip something like that and really get in there, roll up our sleeves, and get under the hood and do some long, hard, dirty work.
Yeah. My stance has been the whole time, if you were going to do this, Levine for Trae Young is what I would have done. Now I am out of the double down, go back to this star asset that was once a star, could still kind of be a star. I was good with Trae Young. Once they said no on Trae Young, I said, okay, then just stick with it. Stick with it.
I don't think Ja's coming here. I don't think anybody wants Ja. I don't know where he's going to go. And Ja, as we knew him, he may never come back.
Yeah. I think he'll find a way to kind of have another 3-year run, something like that. I don't think it'll be like it once was. And I don't think that team, depending on where he goes, because I know Iman Shumpert, some guys are saying he might want to make his way to Miami. I don't know what that looks like, but you get to the Eastern Conference, you can have a couple nice second-round runs, and then we'll just see what happens. After that, he's past 30, so he better learn how to shoot that three.
Smallish guards that don't defend are not in high demand right now. Yeah. Jay, how about this? Here's a move the 49ers could easily make.
Sign me up.
You don't even have to know what it is, do you?
I just saw the smile on your face, brother.
The Houston Texans, it was reported yesterday, are releasing former Seahawks pass rusher Darrell Taylor. The Texans cut Taylor to make room for safety Jalen Reed to be activated ahead of the playoff game last night. So Darrell Taylor's 28 years old. He came off IR recently, recovering from an ankle injury. He was a second-round pick by the Seahawks in 2020. Over 3 seasons with Seattle, he had 21.5 sacks, including 9.5 sacks in 2022. So he goes through waivers now, but the only teams that can claim him right now are the teams that are still playing. 49ers got first shot at this guy. And he makes not a lot of money, and they wouldn't have to pay him his full salary if you bring him in just for the postseason. Let's do it, Jay. The front is banged up. Why not?
Listen, any type of assistance or help, bring the first aid kit. I'm with it. The only question I have, and I didn't look this up, and maybe you guys know the answer, I believe if you claim someone even in the playoffs, you reset to the back of the line even for next year or through the summer or however it operates. It doesn't stop at this end of the football season. We have to look that up.
Just in terms of your position and
your positioning, exactly.
Claim?
You know, where you are in that line.
Well, Matt Barrows was on today, and Carmichael Dave asked him about this, and he said, I haven't heard anything, but, with D'Amico Ryans there, Houston Texans run your defense. So this is a guy, if you bring him in, it's not like he doesn't know what to do.
Right.
It's the same defense, and you go tackle the quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just saw something that said the Bears have been linked to him. No. No, Alan.
Yeah. And that's the thing with guys like that, they can be plug and play. Just go. You're here for one reason. Go in there, get after the quarterback.
Yeah. Bears linked to veteran pass rusher before divisional game with Rams. We got to grab him. Yeah. You got to grab him.
You got to do it. You have to do it.
Step in front of the Bears, which you don't even have to. You're literally right there in front of the Bears.
Yes.
I would.
The only way the Bears get him is if you go, yeah, we're good, and they're not.
At this point, Whitey, I would take anyone that could rush the quarterback and is healthy.
Yes.
That's where I'm at.
Yes. So you've got a guy that has a track record. It's been a while. He's been hurt. I know a lot of it would hinge on that, but also knows your system. Let's make it happen. We agree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just do it.
More on the 49ers, including what's up with Fred Warner. Vic Tafer from The Athletic joins us next, so don't go away. Drive, guys.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision-making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
Get as loud as you can for Monster Jam!
The one and only Monster Jam. Packed with stunts, smiles, and jaw-dropping skills. See the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks. Like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. Only at Monster Jam. Coming to Golden One Center January 23rd through 25th. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Savings available on select opening night tickets.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Vic Tafer from The Athletic's going to join us in just a few moments here as we get ready for the 49ers and the Seahawks. And, of course, the 49ers' primary concern is still injuries. We got some Fred Warner news today. And, Alan, I know you've been wondering about Tricky Ricky P.
That's right. That's right. I'm trying to I was looking here. It says he was limited in practice. So hopefully that moves in the right direction. Because that was a big thing, Whitey. That was a big thing for all the Niner fans out there. And I would say Niners media too. No Ricky. Mm-hmm. That first Seahawks game, or the second Seahawks game.
Yeah.
No Ricky.
Yeah.
So
speaking of the receivers, I'm more surprised DeMarcus Robinson took so long to have a big game than I am that he had a big game.
Yeah.
He's a good receiver.
Right. And I know we had talked about maybe Kendrick Bourne, his route tree, or his
his where to line up tree.
Yes, is maybe not where it needs to be because, DeMarcus Robinson, and, on the Rams for a bit, and he's kind of now snuck up. One thing I want to ask Vic when we get him on is
he's ready to go.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
Outstanding 49er and NFL writer for The Athletic, Vic Tafer. How are you today, Vic? Do we have Vic? Hello, Vic Tafer. How are you? Hey, how are you?
Doing good. You got me?
Yeah, we got you. You got us?
I got you, man. You guys doing good?
We're doing well. Thank you for your time. I know you're very, very busy. What's the latest on Fred Warner, and when might he be able to play if things go well for the Niners?
Well, they opened up the practice window. I think he's going to talk to us tomorrow. I think he's looking at all things going great. He'll be ready to play next week. So if they win in Seattle, he's ready to go for the NFC. I mean, they're hoping so, but that's the hope that he'll be ready to go for the NFC title game.
Vic, I saw that Ricky Pearsall was limited today in practice. I know that was kind of the big story the last time the Niners played the Seahawks, that there was nobody to get that separation. Is it looking like a possibility that he could go this weekend, or should fans not get their hopes up?
No, I think they can hope. I think he was in the locker room today. I know they got a walkthrough today. They didn't do much, and tomorrow they're going to ramp up a little bit. But I think the plan is they'll see what they can do, and he's hoping. I haven't talked to him, this week, but I think we'll talk the next few days. But he's hoping, and I think he's definitely made some progress last week, so he knows, the severity of the game and how much he's needed. So I think he's going to do what he can, and we'll have a better idea in a couple of days.
Vic, do you have any information on whether the 49ers have any interest in Darrell Taylor, whom the used to be with the Seahawks? Texans just let him go, and the 49ers would have first shot at him through a waiver claim. Do we have any indication the 49ers are even looking at that?
Not really. I think they're kind of, I don't want to say happy with what they have, but obviously they have a lot of injuries and guys stepped up. So I think at this point they're kind of going with what they have. I mean, if you brought him in, I'm not sure how fast he's ready to go. They brought a guy in last week, Kaiser White, who wasn't able to go that quickly. So I think it takes a while to get a guy acclimated to the system, kind of get him set. So I'm not sure he'd be able to play Saturday if they brought him in. But I think they're kind of going with what they have. They kind of got some rookies who are playing now, some veteran guys who kind of filled in. So I think the kind of thing is, hey, this is where we are. Let's see what we can do.
Vic, obviously the Niners have been kind of understaffed throughout the whole season, and they just got a chance to face the Seahawks not too long ago. Do you think if you're the Seahawks, even though the Niners are beat up, do you think if you're the Seahawks, you probably didn't want to see the Niners again? For as good as that defense is for the Seahawks, I don't know. Based on who's left in the playoffs, Shanahan's probably the one guy, maybe McVay, but Shanahan's probably the one guy I wouldn't want to give another crack at the defense based on the fact that you just saw him, you've seen him 2 times already. You got to feel like Shanahan is going to be a little bit more confident than maybe if they were having to face somebody else.
That makes sense, but I think the Seahawks strike me as a very confident bunch. They kind of have another. That's what the game last time was. Obviously, the score wasn't that big of a blowout, but it seemed like the game was bigger of a win than the score indicates. So I think they're pretty confident as far as the defensive front, especially against the Niners O-line. I know Trent was out last time, but a lot of their damage came up the middle with those 2 D tackles, kind of dominated the game. So I think they're pretty confident those guys can do that again. And their secondary is really good also. So I think they're pretty confident that their defense can manage against the Niners even a third time.
That, of course, is Vic Tafer, covers the 49ers in the NFL for The Athletic. Vic, what surprised you the most about the way the 49ers beat the Eagles on Sunday?
A lot surprised me. I think I guess I'll start with DeMarcus Robinson. Came out of nowhere, a guy who we knew was a good veteran receiver, but kind of was in the background for a while, kind of emerged in that first drive with some big plays to kind of put the Eagles in the heels a little bit. The defense was getting gassed early on, but they kind of got tougher against the run second half and made some plays. Keanu White had a huge tackle on Jalen Hurts in that scramble in that last drive. So the kind of defense has kind of not been great, not been very good, but they'll make a handful of plays a game, which kind of get them over the edge, and they did it again on Sunday.
Vic, when you look at the job that Kyle Shanahan has done, he jumped up the kind of betting odds when they ended their season with the Seahawks. When you look at what Kyle Shanahan has done, I know it's a regular season award, but if he doesn't win Coach of the Year, would you think it was some version of a snub?
It's hard to say. He has done a phenomenal job, but it's a great field this year. Look at the job Ben Johnson's done, Mike Vrabel. I mean, these are teams that were really bad last year. Now they're in the thick of things. So I think and Liam Cohen, another guy. So there's Mike McDonald, obviously another guy. So there's really some great candidates. So I think, yeah, Kyle deserved it. But again, all those other guys also, in my book, also deserve it. So I just give it a 5-way tie, and we'll call it a day.
Mm-hmm. How you feeling about this, Vic? And I know that, it's horseshoes and hand grenades, but you were all over the Panthers in your picks this week, and you were so close. And I know you wrote that you're out on the Rams, but if they win that game, they might win the Super Bowl. How was that like down the stretch, seeing that Panthers almost pull that one out for you?
Yeah, they covered the spread. That's all.
Yeah.
I hate to be the degenerate gambler, but that's the main thing, I guess, in these kind of things. But I thought Bryce Young definitely made a huge step up. He's a guy who's been kind of hot and cold all year long, and now for the Panthers, I think there's some real hope there. He's a guy who can make another jump next year and kind of get there. So defense played well. I think that they're a much tougher matchup for the Rams than the Bears are. I mean, obviously the weather will be a huge factor, but the Bears defense should not be able to stop the Rams. So I think the Rams will be in a lot better shape this week.
Vic, obviously some big news today with Mike Tomlin, just to go a little bit more broad with the NFL. Just give me your thoughts on, obviously, John Harbaugh and him moving on from the Ravens and Mike Tomlin moving on from the Steelers. Is it shaping up to be one of those, I guess, crazier off seasons just with some big names available, and we got to figure out who's actually going to want to coach or not? But, yeah, pretty big news today in the NFL.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We're up to 9 openings now, I think, and the worst coach in that division held on to his job, whereas Harbaugh and Tomlin all went south. So I think Mike Tomlin makes sense. He's been there for a long time, and clearly it was pretty clear he had a great regular season record, but in the playoffs they didn't do much. I think at some point you need a fresh start, so maybe it takes a year. And the broadcasting booth comes back a year from now, gets a nice job. So I think it made sense for him and also for the team to kind of take another step in another direction.
By the way, speaking of the picks, Vic, as we just were, you had a pretty good week, didn't you, in the Athletic last week?
I did, man.
Yeah.
The Packers killed me. I would have been 6-0 against the spread, but the Packers collapsed. So it was a nice week after kind of a ho-hum regular season.
What is the most important thing you think the 49ers need to clean up from the 13-3 loss to Seattle?
I mean, it's going to sound like a trivial thing, but for them, special teams have been such a huge deal this year. They've been so good on it, and they were not very good this past weekend. So I think they got to be clearly the best team in the kicking game, returns, coverage, field goals, punts, to have a chance to win on this weekend. So that, to me, it's not sexy, but to me, I think those guys that come through and kind of make that dominant thing, and they can check in their box.
Vic, do you think fans out there should feel better about the Niners defense, or did this just say more about how bad the Eagles offense ultimately was?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think the Eagles are a mess. Now, clearly, I think I've been Team A.J. Brown all year long. He's been whining, complaining, but he had some pretty big drops in that game. Jalen Hurts didn't make some plays, but they should have scored more points against the 49ers defense. I think you look at the matchups in the field, I think you can see why they let go of the coordinator. So to me, it's more of the Eagles being a mess than the Niners having a great defensive moments. But again, they do this all year long. I mean, people rule them out, and they always somehow find a way to win. So it's pretty impressive. It's a tight team, high character team, like high leadership. So you see how important that is on the football field.
Vic, we appreciate your time. We'll let you go on this one. How much of a difference from that 13-3 loss can Trent Williams' presence make for the Niners?
Big difference. They definitely, he's not in there. You kind of throw out, maybe, I'd say 20% of the playbook is what they can do as far as some zone blocks, some schemes they use. So that's a big difference. So I think he's ready to – he's not – I'd say he's probably 75% healthy, but for him that's good enough. So just a guy that they have to worry about, whereas last time. Also, Pleasance did a nice job, but for the Seahawks, you definitely know you're not getting the 49ers' best punch if Trent Williams is not in there.
All right, Vic, we look forward to this week's picks. Thanks, brother. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
I got sicker.
Yeah, the one and only Vic Tafer shot down my whole Darrell Taylor scheme.
Quick, too.
Quit, yeah. I don't think so. Yeah, they're happy with what they have. It's not Vic's fault.
Well, I
he's
think
right, but
yeah, but that's the mojo thing, right? Where why I asked him about should you feel better about the Niners defense or not. That can be a fan, but it feels like the Niners at least do. Mm-hmm. They feel better or good enough about it that you didn't go out or you probably won't go out and add somebody.
Yeah. Before we get back to the Kings, this is already a successful season for the 49ers, right? I mean, can we pretty much say at this point, yes, rubber stamp, successful season?
Context is everything, so yes. And even going prior to the injuries, Kyle, you knew what he was doing a little bit, but
Shanahan, Ledbetter, or Draper?
Kyle Shanahan,
okay,
he had kind of lowered everyone's expectations. We got a young group, right? He did. And I kind of called him out. I mean, you got some young guys, but you got some vets. All those vets got injured. So it kind of fit what he had kind of laid out to begin with.
Yeah, I'm with you. But then did you see, I think it was after the Eagles when he said, boy, I knew we had a special group here. And I was thinking, well, no, you were telling us that, we'll see. Yeah. We'll try to get in the playoffs.
Right.
And I was like, oh, I knew we had a special group.
Yep. And now everything lines up. And, yeah, I thought it was interesting how Vic didn't really blink at the Shanahan getting a third chance at the Seahawks because it's not maybe scheme. It's just the Seahawks personnel. So I don't know. I'm excited to watch, but you got to think Shanahan's going to cook something up.
Well, they got to figure out a way to better protect Brock Purdy, and maybe that's as simple as with Trent Williams there.
Yeah.
That solves a lot of that. But Brock Purdy had no chance on many of those plays. They couldn't run the ball, and then he just didn't have time to throw it.
Yeah, what's interesting is that was the one game when Brock starts doing his scurry thing, right? He looks very slippery. But that was the one game where he wasn't getting away from anyone.
Mm-hmm.
From anyone. Because you look at the different things that they add into the offense, and it does kind of seem like some of their plays take a while to work itself out, right? You got Demarcus Robinson. There are not a lot of quick throws, and I do wonder, do you got to move towards that if you're not going to have that time?
I thought this was interesting. I saw today, if I have the numbers right, Vic Fangio blitzed Brock Purdy like 11 times, and he was 2 for 9 and threw both his interceptions on blitzes.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you blitz more? He did have the big gainer to DeMarcus Robinson was off a blitz. But
right.
I wonder if we're going to see more of that. But, yeah, he just had none chance until that drive where, it ended with McCaffrey losing the ball, and it ended up being an interception. Other than that, they just can't get their offense going at all, and they just can't run the ball.
No.
Don't even try, Jay.
Yeah.
Let's just go West Coast offense. Throw it.
I'm with you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because every it's like, well, 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 11. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand it didn't feel like a close game, but the pick, they got Trent back. Maybe they get Ricky.
You're optimistic. But you're also a Raider fan, so I don't know. I just don't necessarily. I just think that the Seahawks look so good. I don't know that they can replicate it. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's also a lot of rest for them and a short week for the Niners. But you're right. I know what you mean. If it's the fourth quarter and the 49ers are in the game and Seahawk fans start and get a little antsy, you see that happen in the playoffs. A road team looks up and goes, man, this is great.
Right. I think if you cannot kind of put the pedal to the metal early, if you're the Seahawks, like you can't do what you did in Santa Clara. You do what you did in Santa Clara, then the Niners might figure out some things. But you come out, you take care of business. We're the better team. We're the home team. Go up a couple possessions early, then okay. Do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I think that no matter what happens, it's going to be considered a successful year. Even if, worst possible scenario is when you have a big lead, like 28-3 in a Super Bowl or something, and then you don't win that game. But that's unlikely. But other than that, I think everyone's going to have to say, no matter what happens, and maybe the 49ers win, they keep going.
Yeah.
But no matter what happens from here, I think people have to say, that's a pretty darn good season.
Yeah. You know what's so funny is we spent a lot of time, a lot of fans were kind of bagging on the Niners for not making a move at the trade deadline.
I'm one of them.
And you remember one of the teams that everybody said, this is how you get it done, Howie Roseman, because they went out and got Jalen Phillips. Months later, who ends their season? The Niners don't even have the guys that are actually on their team.
Yeah.
They're all injured, and they beat the Eagles, and everybody was praising the Eagles. This is why they won a Super Bowl. I remember doing those, man. And a couple months later, Niners end their season.
The Kings kept their winning streak going. It's a winning streak, 2 in a row for the Kings against –
Is it 3?
Yeah. I think it is. I think you're right. Yeah, you have to have at least 3 in a row, and they'll try to stretch the winning streak to 3 tomorrow night against the Knicks. But we just have to try to figure out here what's going on where the Kings have back-to-back wins at home against 2 really good teams, Alan. And I know the offense, which has been criticized a lot lately, is coming to life, and Dylan Cardwell has got fans excited. DeMar DeRozan is playing great. What's going on all of a sudden with the Kings?
They're hot. They're hot. I don't know how long this is gonna last, but I think they're hot. They're feeling good about things. They've kind of powered through some of the tough parts of the season, and they haven't really turned on each other. So I just think they're hot right now. I don't know how much to take away from it, but they're feeling good about things. And honestly, it's a Laker team that is kind of in disarray themselves. And you have the Rockets. We know that the Kings, for some odd reason, just kind of own them. So I'm not trying to poo-poo what the Kings have done. I just think they're hot right now. That's it. I'm not watching anything different. It's not like we said, Whitey. It's not like they're taking more threes. They're not really doing anything different. They're just shooting better.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. Make or miss league, and all of that. As we get ready for the trade deadline and Mike Brown coming in tomorrow, we got some Mike Brown sound from his press conference today, which we'll get to. But speaking of the trade deadline, there's a piece today in The Athletic. One trade every NBA team's fan base would most likely want to undo. And I have to tell you.
Forever?
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, they have, Boston Celtics, Isaiah Thomas, Jay Crowder, Ante Zizic, and a first-round pick for Kyrie Irving. Stuff like that. Charlotte Hornets, Kobe Bryant for Vlade Divac. I'm very disappointed in what they have here for the Kings. And unfortunately, it's our guy Sam Amick who writes it. Yeah. And you look at, and maybe he's trying not to ruffle any feathers. So, Sacramento Kings. And you don't even have to say if you don't want. What would you say? What's a trade that you'd think Kings fans would love to undo?
It's the Halliburton.
Halliburton trade?
Yeah, I would say that one, or I would say Jay Will for Bibby.
Sacramento Kings. Oscar Robertson for Flynn Robinson and Charlie Paulk in 1970.
Come on, Sam.
Come on, Sammy.
Hey, yeah.
That's the one trade. If you ask Kings fans, the one trade you'd like to undo, they're going Oscar Robertson for Flynn Robinson in 1970.
Doubt it.
Yeah, because Oscar Robertson had a falling out, of course, with player coach Bob Cousy, and things were never the same, and we've never gotten over it.
Hey, Sam's smart.
Justified.
Like
Justified.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. If he's like, I'm gonna steer clear of all this.
It's a hot time right now. We need information. Sam knows what he's doing.
You'd think that, the writers would be fighting over, can we do the Kings? Can I do the Kings?
Right.
Because there's so many trades that went the wrong way for him.
Yeah.
Fox, the Halliburton trade.
Yeah.
I thought the DeMarcus Cousins
the Fox was low-hanging fruit. I figured that was going to be the one on there, so that's why I didn't pick that one. But he didn't even pick that.
Yeah, I thought it was the Halliburton one for sure, because that's the easy one.
Oh, it was the Fox.
Yeah.
Fox is literally right there for you. I was like, he's going to say De'Aaron.
Yeah.
A double whammy, right? Because you get rid of Fox, and then you bring in a guy, Zach LaVine, who hasn't fit. Yeah. The Halliburton one, I was thinking about that a lot. But, Domas came here, and without Domas, you probably don't have a beam team. So I'd say, well, there's other trades I'd rather undo than that one. Although I agree with you, that was unfortunate.
That's the one that everyone else does. I don't know that. Yeah. Now that you say it like that, maybe it's not the one. Because you're saying, okay, so you want to give up beam team, but then, I don't know, maybe the argument would be, we'd have more beam teams.
Yeah.
We would have had more beam teams.
And Jay, you said Jay will?
Yeah. I mean, because again, I thought the very first one that comes to my mind is De'Aaron Fox. I was like, he's going to say that. So I figured, we'll go somewhere else. He didn't even say that.
Yeah. We don't get to talk to him too much. When we see him out at the arena, he's always nice enough to talk with us. But I'm hoping on the morning show when they have him on, they ask him about that. Come on, bro.
Hey, it's information season.
Yeah, honestly, and as you said, we're huge fans of Sam.
Yes,
love Sam.
Always will be.
Man, one of the best. He missed on that one.
But he missed on purpose.
I know, and that's the thing. It's like, was that a free throw he missed on purpose to try to take the three?
You ever seen the movie Finding Forrester where the guy misses the free throw on purpose?
Yeah.
What?
Hey, he'll tell us. Or you'll never know.
He'll probably, and sometimes, Sam, listen, he might text one of us right now and be like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I may have to text him. Sacramento Kings, the one trade they'd like to have back. Oscar Robertson for Flynn Robinson and Charlie Polk. I was like, am I getting pranked here? What if, okay, anyway.
You think he had to go look that up?
Oh, definitely. Because he said, the then Cincinnati Royals traded the Big O at his peak in April of 1970. I'm guessing he didn't have that knowledge, top of mind.
Is there any of the De'Aaron, Ty, Jay Will? Is there another one that pops in your mind?
Well, like I said, I think DeMarcus, a lot of people didn't like the DeMarcus trade, considering what they got back and how it didn't really work out with Buddy Hield. There's going way back. There's like when they traded a bunch of guys to the Clippers for I can't remember the name of the guy that they got here from Louisville. Derek, can't remember his name.
From Louisville?
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's going way, way back. Way, way back. Kevin Huerter trade? I don't know. I think people are okay with that.
I was going to think Antoine Carr. A lot
Big
of
dog.
people hated the fact that Antoine wasn't here. And we were told what? He basically was let go because he was going to have to get more money and wanted to give him the deal. We knew he was a baller, all-star.
Yeah.
Could see that one.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Hit us up in the YouTube chat if you want to share the Kings trade that you would like a do-over on. Whatever it is. No wrong answer here. Other than that one that we had in The Athletic.
Yeah, obviously this is not anywhere near that, but for how everything kind of broke down after the DeMar trade, I do wonder if people probably – we looked at the DeMar trade and we thought, man, this is a pretty big name coming to Sacramento, and was there a Sacramento tax? It's not on the list, anywhere near the list, but it might be honorable mention just because of kind of what it represented. And then you had that article come out, what was that, last week, about how that whole thing came to be and not everybody was maybe on the same page about it. So it's not on the list, but I do think the DeMar trade, just because a lot of people thought it could get spicy and maybe wouldn't work, and then it ultimately didn't work.
Yeah. I apologize. Derek Smith's the player I was thinking of. He's no longer with us, but that was the guy I was thinking of, the Derek Smith trade.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's going to be any trades this year, Alan. What's your gut tell you? Scott Perry going to get something done?
Yes, but if you're thinking, not you, Whitey, but anybody thinking that there's going to be this mass exodus, I don't see that being the case. He said prudent and opportunistic enough that I'm going to take the man at his word. But somebody will go. Somebody will go. I just don't know if 2 or 3 people are going to go.
Listen to some of the names getting mentioned here, Jay. Francisco Garcia, Rodney McRae, Gerald Wallace, not a trade, but yeah, that was the expansion draft, I think. Walt Williams, HB going. We undervalued Harrison Barnes.
That has popped up, and again, that's how I was connecting it to the DeRozan thing. But we can't be doing that.
What did we get for HB? I can't remember off the top of my head here.
Well, it was kind of part of the DeRozan deal, right?
situation, right?
Yeah. So we didn't get much other than I'd have to look that up.
Space? CD Sesescu? Not playing. That was De'Aaron, right?
And now he's
balling,
He's
right?
balling on the Blazers.
I know, man. Who's balling, bro?
Somebody texted City Sissoko, man.
Yeah, there you go. Sissoko. Thank you. I always say his name wrong.
Oh no, trust me. We did a lot of work on CD, and then he was gone.
He had one press conference, had the jersey, and then he flipped.
July 8th, 2024, the San Antonio Spurs announced the team has acquired Harrison Barnes from the Sacramento Kings in a 3-team deal that also includes the Bulls. In addition, San Antonio receives a right to swap first-round picks with the Kings in 2031.
Got that back.
Yeah. So that wasn't that, didn't that involve Huerter?
That might have been Huerter.
Deal?
Yeah, it might be a Huerter. Okay.
Yeah. That's not a great
Not a
trade.
bad, yeah. Well, it was at the time the Kings just flipped Huerter, right?
But the 2031 could come back to haunt them.
But didn't they get that back?
Not the one that they have the swap with the Spurs. I don't believe they got that back.
Oh, they can't keep it. I thought they got that one back from the Spurs.
That one could sting. We'll see. Yeah.
Because they got the Fugazi Hornets one, and then they got the 31 pick. Who was that 31 pick from?
That was from Minnesota.
Minnesota. There you
Yeah,
go. Okay.
yeah. Mike Brown talked about what it's going to be like for him coming back to Goal One Center tomorrow. We'll share his comments with you when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Two new voices join the midday. Matt George and Kayla Anderson.
Weekdays 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Watch online at SactownSports.com, on the app, or in your car.
Listen to the latest on the Sacramento Kings, the San Francisco 49ers, and all breaking news.
Northern California is covered.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The best in the middays during your weekdays are on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey there, it's Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
When should I book my travel? That question has become harder to answer as we get smarter technology. Airlines and hotels can literally make changes to pricing on a daily or even hourly basis. An air ticket isn't always refundable, so if the price goes down, buying a second ticket is problematic. Hotel reservations are generally cancelable, so if you find a better deal, you don't have a penalty unless you bought at a lower non-refundable room rate. Beware of those. When to book has become problematical, but checking pricing after you book, especially for airlines and hotels, makes you a smarter traveler. Generally book airlines 6 to 8 weeks out, a little further for the holidays if you can. The hotel sweet spot is about the same. Most important thing to remember, dynamic pricing means prices move around a lot more than they used to.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler, Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Of course. You've heard of them too.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Mike Brown had some things to say about his return to the Goal One Center tomorrow night. We've got those coming up for you. We have this from Calpio in the chat. Whitey, with JJ, Stiles, Carmichael, Dave, J. Ross, and yourself, does KHTK have the best radio softball team in the 916 or Northern California?
Easy.
I'm not sure everybody he named is making the roster, but I think we'd have a pretty good squad.
Yeah.
Easy work.
Yeah.
Dave, I guess, actually has some skills or did have some skills.
Does he? Well, he played Little League. You know, he's got the Hall of Fame triple play, right?
He turned to triple play and his name was in the paper.
Yeah, and he says that every single time we do two truths and a lie, he says the same thing for when we do Friday Fun and Games. Same thing. But he doesn't realize that we actually listen when he talks, right? Because he doesn't listen to us. So we've actually done the joke where we'll say the same thing that we said last time, and he never remembers the two truths and a lie. But he'll tell us about that triple play every single time.
Well, he remembers he told you. He just wants to tell everybody again.
Yeah, that's also true.
Oh, I forgot.
That's also true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, I mean, we would do work. And we tried to break it down. We can do it, we can kind of cross-collaborate, TV, whoever you need.
Yep.
Anybody could get it.
C. Watkins, C-Dub, play softball too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody,
good ball player.
Anybody could get the
Say
smoke,
that
man.
again one more time. Anybody could get that smoke.
Anybody.
I'm telling you, Sac B, Hearsts, Fox 40. Who's that? Tegna. Tegna. Yeah, Tegna could get that work.
Like, where are you at, man?
American, what's PBS? Anyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Public, what's the public radio? What is it?
NPR.
NPR.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. NPR. And then there's a spinoff here in Sacramento. What do we call that?
I'm not sure what that's called.
Man, they can get it too.
Yeah, but the TV stations, radio stations, don't even think about it.
Oh,
right?
man, stop it.
Oh, come on. Like, what are we doing?
They get you heard what I said one more time. They can get it all smoke. I'm talking about train smoke, long train smoke.
Yeah. Run it up, man.
Yeah.
Run it up.
Quiet is kept real fast, Whitey. First of all, R.I.P. to John Forte, musician who just lost his life today at 50 years old. That was one of his cuts, man. Poli-Sci, big part of refugee camp, Wyclef and him for a long time. Rest in peace. 50 years old, man. Just too young. Super, super young. But quiet is kept. They had asked me, when I say they, meaning the people downstairs, not the people up top. And no, we don't keep them locked in the basement. But they had talked about Andy and a couple of guys, Scott Navarro. No, I think Scott was, but a few guys were like, yo, we should get a team together. Mm-hmm. I'm like, line it up.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Never went through, but, springtime's coming around.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Get us on the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you told me about that, and I was thinking of getting back out.
Come on. Stretch that
Scandy a
that
little
back,
bit.
baby.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Hit a couple little indoor cages.
Yeah. Let's see here. Compy also points out that, yes, Dave took Derek Lee deep. Yeah. That's his
Is that true?
That's right. That's
I think it is true. I think it is true. It's also true that Mike Brown returns to the Golden One Center tomorrow when he brings the New York Knicks in to take on the Kings. Mike Brown talking to the media today about his time with the Kings and how it feels to come back. Here he talks about how much he had the opportunity to grow in Sacramento.
Man, every day you feel like you're learning, whether you're learning from something good or something bad. But there are a lot of stuff to learn, trying to figure out different types of problems that we had, trying to enhance whatever we had that was good here. And so there's just a tremendous amount of growth that I went through here, not just on the floor, but also out in the community too. I really enjoyed being out in the community and just getting to know the people out there. So that was a lot of fun as well.
I don't know where this is all going with Scott Perry. I'm optimistic that he can turn this thing around, but I do think that down the road, 10, 15, 20 years, people are going to look back at the Kings and go, why did they fire Mike Brown?
Yeah.
When you look at the records.
Yeah.
They were pretty good. They were terrible. Then they were pretty good. Why did they fire him?
Yeah. And I don't know if we'll ever get the truth serum answer. What I've always said is, personally, I think that year after the Beam Team season, I think the Kings felt like they had to get back into the playoffs, and I think they could taste it. I think, Whitey, they could taste the XXL T-shirts, right? The playoff revenue, all that. And when Luka flopped on Malik's leg, that kind of derailed things. Kevin Huerter didn't play, and then all you had to do was beat the Zion-less Pelicans. That's all you had to do. And when that didn't happen, I think it just soured. Or maybe not everybody in that building, but I think those that mattered, it soured, and that's why then it took so long to get Mike Brown the new contract. They were kind of lollygagging, and then 30 games into the season, and wasn't even a full 30 of being healthy. We really didn't even see that squad for that long. They decided not only are we moving on from Mike Brown, but we're kind of going to call De'Aaron's bluff, and you called it all right.
Yep. Mike Brown is taking the high road, but he did today discuss his reaction to the firing and what he did afterwards.
I never really think that way. I just, like I said, when it happened, you process it real quickly, and then literally, my wife and I think we went to Australia for like UFC 313, and we went from there. We actually went to Brooklyn to hang out in Brooklyn, then we went to Puerto Vallarta to hang out in Puerto Vallarta, and then we went to St. Bart. So, so I probably shouldn't have said all that. Scratch that. Okay, but no, it's life. You just got to, like I said, you keep moving forward, and you can really beat yourself up if you try to guess or figure out what should have happened, why it happened, what could have happened, and all that stuff. So life is short. I try to embrace it, try to be in the moment, like I said, and enjoy what I can enjoy and control what I can control. And if I can't control it, try to find something else to do.
Any regrets?
That was really interesting because when he first started talking, you could hear, understandably, the tension in his voice. Mm-hmm. You process it as best you can. Then he got into that. And then we did this and this. But you could tell that was a struggle there because obviously there's a lot of he remembers that he doesn't want to share. But obviously had to be very, very painful, especially the way it happened.
Yeah, there's no need. Maybe if things went differently for him, obviously their guaranteed contract for the most part. That's what De'Aaron told us. But I think if it went differently for him, maybe, I don't know, though, because Mike is such a stand-up guy, but maybe if he didn't have a job, maybe we'd get a little bit more transparency, but there's no reason for him to do anything other than what he did.
Mm-hmm. And then on the bright side, he did discuss today his accomplishments as coach of the Kings.
No, obviously you wish, I think our first year we won 48, and it's just my personal 2 cents on it. If Kevin doesn't get hurt 2 months to go and Malik doesn't get hurt a month ago, we probably win 50 that second year, and then we're in the playoffs. And so, the first year we played injury-free. Second year we got hit with the injury bug, especially late by a starter and our sixth man. And if there's anything I regret, I know I had no control over that, neither did the guys, but I wish we were injury-free, at least at the end of the season, to give ourselves a better chance. But, man, like I said, enjoyed my time here.
How does it seem like that was so long ago?
Yeah.
How is that? Because it wasn't, but it seems like so long ago.
Seems like a very long time ago. It was a different world, almost, a completely different world. And, as we've kind of discussed, Whitey, to call it out too, is there anybody out there? Because I know there are a lot of people that, Allen, he's got to go. They lost the locker room. Is there anybody out there that feels differently? And we can do this tomorrow too, obviously, when we're getting ready for the game. But is there anybody out there that maybe feels differently than they initially did, whether or not this was the right move? Let me ask you this, though, Whitey. Are we on DAP watch tomorrow? Because I think I'm on DAP watch tomorrow. I want to see who daps up who. Is it just kind of, hey, all right, sometimes you just wave your hand. I want to see who's talking to Mike Brown tomorrow. That's what I want to see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean. I find myself doing that all the time anyway.
It's
even
fun.
When there's nothing really going on that you know of.
Yeah. I remember at Summer League, it was Devin Carter and Matas Buzelis. And Matas didn't even play that game. And based on where I was sitting, I became obsessed with the trash talk. Matas wasn't even playing. And it was great because, Devin was getting after him. Devin had 3-4 threes that game. And I was just completely entrenched in what they were doing. And then they just dapped it up at the end, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking some trash.
If you thought Mike Brown might share his thoughts on the Kings roster turnover, wrong. He didn't really want to talk about that.
Not being here, you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. So I couldn't, I don't think much about it. they have their reasons for doing it because they're here every day and I'm not. So, yeah, so I can't say much on that.
Yeah.
Jay said, my name Bennett, I'm not in it, man.
That's right.
Yeah, that's smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be quite a night.
Wasn't me, wasn't there.
Hard for me to say.
Yeah.
We'll come back with more on the Kings. Also have a couple of NFL playoff facts that I got to warn you because they might actually melt your brain. So warning, that's next year with the Drive Guys.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CRV, HRV, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
What it do? Yada. Kick. The snake. I got my crush.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Yeah, Allen Stiles with the Drive Guys. We got his fans furious. Allen Stiles deserves his own show. This is your show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Must be nice to have those Styles-ophiles, though, behind you.
Hey, man, it took a while to convince people, but, he did. Look, change can be difficult, right? Ask my family. I'm not really big on change, but you got to trust the process. You know what I mean? And I got a chance to do a show with a legend, so I'm always going to.
Jay is a legend. No question.
Jay.
Yeah.
Living it up in Vallejo, California.
What is that?
That's for you.
For you, baby.
That's for you.
I've never heard that, though. Where does that come from?
That's a song.
Yeah, See? What's a song?
See, now we have.
I'll send you the song. We can't play it too much cursing.
Yeah,
Right.
He got in, got out of there.
They from Bottle Rock, yeah.
So
that's like the Eagles Hotel California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Got
flipped
Vallejo?
it.
Yeah, okay.
I got other ones.
Really?
Yeah.
From Vallejo.
Come on, baby. From Vallejo, baby. Valley Joe.
Town.
Mm-hmm. So
I don't know what we could play for Allen. I mean, yeah.
Concord.
Are you born? Where were you born,
Gotta
Allen?
be some Guerneville.
Yeah. I was born
Yeah.
in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay.
Okay. My dad was in the Navy. My mom was at Norfolk State. My mom got a federal agent job when I was about 5, and we all moved out here. So I've been in Concord since I was 5.
So you represent Concord.
Yeah. It's
East Bay.
Yeah, SeaWorld.
925.
925.
No doubt.
Keep it live.
There you go. Did you say SeaWorld?
Yeah, SeaWorld. Like a
Okay.
C.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Just-
ABC, right.
Not,
SeaWorld.
not like SEA.
Right.
Right.
Because that
Not Shamu in there.
no whales.
Not Shamu and them. Yeah.
You know, shout out the whales.
Did you hear what
Save them now.
Not Shamu, but Shams. How about that,
yeah.
Captain Segway?
There you go. It's in your segue.
He shared a little more information on all this, whatever happened between Luka and Dennis Schroeder.
Well, yeah. I mean, put hands on somebody. You must really be ticked off if you're going to put hands on somebody.
Yeah, there's really been two things that we've heard, or two things that I've heard. One is that Luka mentioned, oh, you should have signed that contract. And then there was another thing that was going around that, well, Luka called him the B word.
Yes. Yeah.
And maybe it was both. I don't know.
Apparently, this is not a this year thing. I think Luka, you know how these athletes will say, I find one thing, and if I know it bothers someone, I'm going to keep on harping on it. I think this has been Luka's thing with Dennis Schroeder.
Can't Dennis Schroeder just say, Eurobasket?
Yeah.
Can't he just play that card? Oh, I couldn't hear you. My Eurobasket championship was making too much noise.
He could, but clearly it's bothering him.
Yeah, here's Shams breaking down what he says happened.
Dennis Schroeder essentially camped out, waited for Luka Doncic in the back hallways of Crypto.com arena. And when he saw him and had somewhat of an alone moment, he confronted him and he attempted to swing on him, strike him with his hand. The league concluded that it was an attempt to, that he didn't actually strike Luka Doncic in the face, in the upper body area. So why did Dennis Schroeder go about this path? My understanding is Luka Doncic has been calling him the B word for the last few games, even going back to the offseason when they played each other in Olympic play. And so Dennis Schroeder's point is, listen, if you're going to call me the B word on the court, you have to expect that I'm not just going to take that lightly off the court, and I'm just not going to let that go like this never happened on the court. And we saw that take place. The 3 games suspension, no coincidence. It happened right before these two teams played. I'm sure there was video surveillance also reviewed by the NBA.
Yeah. Attempted. The league determined that he did not make contact. Herr Schroeder says, attempted? Ha!
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. TMZ... this ain't over yet.
Wouldn't we have it by now? You may be right, but if there was video, wouldn't we have it by now?
You're probably right.
I mean, the Jordan Poole Draymond thing came out pretty quickly, didn't it?
Well, to be fair, it is Luka though, because I was going to say with it being the Kings, maybe it's a little bit different as far as the interest. But yeah, if there's video of slapping Luka,
but it happened in crypto, right?
Yes.
So they could
December
be
28th.
The cover up could be in the fact of, the Lakers are keeping it hush hush and won't release the tape. If it was here at the G1C, could be different. It was a third party arena. Somebody probably would have got a hold of it.
Yeah, you got to have the motivation. Money's part of it. But I always assumed, and I could have been dead wrong, that Jordan Poole's people released the Jordan Poole video.
Yeah, I don't
because he got a lot of money right after that.
Right. Yeah, that would have made more sense. There's no reason for really either side. I mean, I guess if it's Schroeder, it's y'all need to stop playing with me. But there's no reason for Luka's side to release. You can't do that.
Right.
No. We just rolled up on him. Hey, I heard you were You were talking mess. You got something to say?
I wonder why it happened then. If it had been going on for years, why Dennis Schroeder decided, well, this is now I'm doing something about it. Combination of things, I guess.
Maybe just sick of it.
Yeah,
you know,
you should have signed the contract.
Well, if it's been going on for years,
and we don't even know what B word. There's a lot of B words.
Yeah, there's a couple. I think
you're Barney the dinosaur.
Maybe it hurts more or is more annoying now that Luka is a Laker. Maybe when Luka was doing this, if he was doing this with the Mavericks, it's a little bit different. But now he's on the Lakers, getting cashed out, and hey, this is my money. I'm spending your money. You know, he'd probably say something messed up like that, like this is your cash.
Emma Drock says, I like how Dennis stands on business, and Johnny Peterosa says, Luka don't want to look bad. I do think that's a big part of it. The league doesn't want Luka to look bad. The league didn't want any possibility of something happening on the floor during a game, so that's why you're suspended for 3 games starting now.
Yeah. Is this
optics?
Is this going to when they move on from LeBron, whenever that is? I'm still trying to figure out how this is going to end for Luka. I saw somebody say after, of course, they lost it, because once you lose to the Kings. Now, I mean, the Rockets are in a tailspin now.
Mm-hmm.
Their think pieces on Luka and or on the Rockets, and now on the Lakers, and this whole video situation comes out. I saw somebody say Nico Harrison wasn't wrong. He just made the wrong deal. And I don't know if I agree with it or not, but I thought that was interesting. Nico Harrison wasn't wrong. He just made the wrong deal.
Yeah. Did he really think he was getting value? Because otherwise, why in the world do you not open it up if that's – I wonder again if the league was like, I don't know. It's Luka. We don't – we got to contain this.
Right. I don't know, man. But I do find it interesting that a lot of the things that Nico did say, this is a problem. It is a problem.
Like?
Well, I mean, just from the defensive aspect as well. And, I mean, what happened to Luka? Is he shredded anymore? Remember that? When he was, he's in Men's Fitness or whatever, and that lasted all of, I don't know, that was just going into the season. So, I don't know. Maybe I have no clue what Nico was thinking, but at some point here, Luka is going to have to grow up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've always thought he was somewhat overrated. I think you can be overrated and still be good. It's just if you're good and people think you're the best ever, you're still overrated.
Right. It's the same conversation we were having about Shaq and how Shaq just got passed by somebody else that gets compared to with Luka is James Harden, right? And I think a lot of people would, if you were to say, hey, Luka's going to have a James Harden type of career, that shouldn't be looked at negatively. But I think what people thought Luka was going to be, if he doesn't get there, then maybe, Nico, it didn't work out for him, but maybe he says, I should have done things differently, but I had the right inclination.
But he never said that, did he? He was kind of, his hands were tied as well.
Yeah.
We'll see where all that goes. But the Lakers right now, very flawed, deeply flawed. Not a contender.
Yeah.
Not a legitimate contender.
They are not fans of Jake LaRavia.
Really?
And can I just say, and I don't know, I'm just double checking, because sometimes your swag just needs to look right. Jake's uniform, he's got multiple sleeves and a short sleeve and a long sleeve. I don't know if it's from an injury, but brother, no wonder you're clanking.
But if you look good, you play good.
That's right.
Yeah, so he may say, no, this is it.
No, it's not.
I know it's not, but what matters isn't what you think, it's what he thinks. You know what I'm saying?
But how he's playing should tell you need to get your swag different.
He didn't play well last night because I was so emotionally so torn. He loved it here. We all know that.
There's just some bad jerseys out there. You got to wear a good jersey, or it will show up. He looked great in the Kings jersey. I don't know what he's doing. So, shout out Jake LaRavia.
Yeah. A couple of playoff facts here. As I warned you, these may melt your brain. I think. Jay, is this a thing? Or is this like, nah? Jay helps me with this. Is this a thing or nah, anything? The Bears, they were 2-1 this year against the Packers, right? That's a fact. The Bears are 2-1 against the Packers. The Bears did not have a single snap on offense against the Packers with the lead. in any of their matchups this season.
That's crazy.
That's incredible, right?
Yeah,
that's a thing.
That's a good stat.
Yeah, they win the series 2-1. They did not have a single snap on offense against the Packers with the lead in any of their 3 games this season.
Huh.
Wow.
Caleb Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more for you. For Rams coach Sean McVay, Sunday's divisional round game will be his 15th playoff game as a head coach. And CBS Sports' John Breach noticed this. Those 15 games for Sean McVay as coach of the Rams in the playoffs have come against 15 different opponents.
Huh.
Falcons, Cowboys, Saints, Patriots, Seahawks, Packers, Cardinals, Buccaneers, 49ers, Bengals, Lions, Vikings, Eagles, Panthers, Bears. Hasn't had any playoff games against the same team.
Huh.
15 playoff games, all against different teams.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
And he can... I think so, but
is that a thing?
Yeah, I'm with Alan. I don't know if it's a huge thing, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, good fact.
And he obviously remembers all of it because he remembers everything.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. He probably remembers all of those scores as well.
Sounds like you're not a big fan of Sean.
No,
McVay.
I just...
He rubs you the wrong way?
No.
Maybe you and he are too similar.
We get it.
Okay, yeah.
We were making this list, and we told you about the list. I've decided, and we're curious who else is on this list. The Mannings, the Kelseys, Kevin Hart, okay, Shaq.
Tell Jay about. I don't know if Jay knows about the list.
Jay, so the list is just you're just too visible. You're everywhere.
People want to pay you money.
People really want to pay you money. We got it.
you.
The Snoop thing. He's calling a game. We get it. So I've decided I don't need to go on social media every day and see Tom Brady giving another pump up. Look at Tom talking to Caleb Williams, and look at him talk to Drake May. We get it, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The Mannings are on your list too, right?
Oh, yeah, they're on the list.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take it from here.
Is Frank LaRosa on your list? Because he does a lot of endorsements here on our station.
Frank would never be on my list, besides a good one.
Frank is on Golf to Go.
He's not on. Whitey's not on his list anymore.
No, I used to be pretty high up, and now,
Wow.
Golf to Go.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can go all in. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Deal extended through January 16th. Don't miss it.
See club for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow golfers, for your entertainment.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa, brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Welcome into the Golf to Go Radio Hour on Sactown Sports 1140. Quick update as to what's on the show today. Tom Addis, the third PGA, 53-year PGA member. He's a accomplished and decorated member of the PGA. He has some thoughts about the game today, and we're going to have him on the show to talk about that. Mark Atterbury, always a pleasure to have him on the show. Is going to talk about U.S. kids clubs and what the difference is between the clubs you play and maybe the kids you want to get for your junior. All that and more coming up on this edition of the Golf to Go Radio Hour.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, life doesn't stop when cancer starts. Some don't make it to treatment simply because they don't have a ride. You can change that. Volunteer to drive with the American Cancer Society Road to Recovery program. Visit cancer.org/drive to learn more.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
When value matters, Elk Grove Chevrolet delivers. Right now, purchase a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado for $4,500 off. The Silverado 1500 stands out with legendary towing power, a bold new design, and the dependability you expect from Chevy. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com for full details. Don't miss your chance to drive the new Chevrolet Silverado. Stop by Elk Grove Chevrolet today and experience quality that goes the distance.
Daniel Tosh, My First Farewell Tour, Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
This is how I come up with material. I rant to my friends and my family, my inner circle, and when they hate every word coming out of my mouth, I know it's ready.
Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Get as loud as you can for Monster Jam!
The one and only Monster Jam. Packed with stunts, smiles, and jaw-dropping skills. See the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks. Like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. Only at Monster Jam. Coming to Golden One Center January 23rd through 25th. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Savings available on select opening night tickets.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports.
Welcome to the Golf to Go Radio Hour and people who play the game. I'm Frank LaRosa, and we like to get together every week and talk a little bit about golf. And pretty excited today to have as my guest Tom Addis, a 53-year member of the PGA of America. Tom has a storied career, and it would take the entire time we've got to have this show to talk about everything he's done, but just some of the highlights include the fact that he was president of the PGA. He spent many years as executive director of the Southern California PGA, and he's a member of the National PGA Hall of Fame. It's really a pleasure to have you on the show. Tom, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. And it's a great morning, and happy to be here and happy to be with you for sure. Thanks.
You know, it's always fun to get together with friends and to talk about the game of golf. And you've certainly had your experiences and your share, but to kind of give people a little perspective of where this all began. Your dad was a PGA professional, so I'm guessing the story of how you got into the game has something to do with that. But what was it like your first time on a golf course?
Yeah, my dad was a PGA professional, and I'm his namesake. His name was Tom Addis. I happen to be the third, and my other son, along with Brian, is Tom the fourth. So it's we've kept that family tradition, all in the golf business. My father started out, interestingly enough, he's a Buckeye, and he played golf there. He didn't graduate from Ohio State, but they during the war moved out here, and he worked in the government, and then kept his golf going. Good player. Moved to the San Joaquin Valley, and his first professional job was at Fresno Airways and for Ray Forrester, and worked for Art Forrester and was at Airways for a couple years, and then went to Madera Country Club. I started playing golf at Airways, caddying and playing golf, and it's a typical caddy story. You know, you go out for your round and you get paid $1.25, and you go in the restaurant and buy your Delaware punch and a 50-50 bar and ice cream bar, and you spend all your $1.25. But then we go out and play golf afterwards. And my first experience playing golf was my dad cut off a 7-iron like everybody else does, and I hit dirt clods out in the field next to our house, which we lived behind the golf course on Clinton Avenue over there. And that's how I started. He then moved to Madera Country Club when it was a 9-hole golf course. Interestingly enough, and I hope you have time for this, I hadn't been back to Madera Country Club for, a long time. I'm 80 years old now, and this was last year. And my first paying job, other than that caddy job, was at Madera Country Club, where I actually got a paycheck, and they took out taxes and all that kind of stuff. I made $1 an hour. But my main job for my dad at Madera was we planted new oleanders going up the driveway, and my job was to keep those alive. So most of the day I would irrigate those oleanders, and then I'd go out on the golf course and do some other things and go back and check on the oleanders. Anyway, we decided, Susan and I, my wife, decided to drive into Madera from the 99, and I wanted to see Madera Country Club. I hadn't been there forever, and just see if those oleanders were still there. And sure enough, we pull up in the driveway, and the oleanders, what is that? That was from 1957. Were still there. So it was pretty fun to see that and look back on that piece of history in regards to my family. And then we moved to the Bay Area. My dad was pro at the the old original Hayward Golf Course. And that's kind of where I really got into the game and played junior golf in Northern California with players like Ron Cerruto and Jimmy Johnson and Dick Lotz, who I was able to see and talk to, and which was really cool at Len's Hall of Fame dinner meeting the other day, and had a great time there. And then ended up moving back into Southern California, worked with my dad a little while longer, then went to I couldn't get in the PGA where I was, so long story short, went to Singing Hills Golf Club and Resort in El Cajon down near San Diego, and was able to register in the assistance program. And I call it assistants because it wasn't the apprentice program yet. This is back in 1967.
Yeah.
And that's how I started with my PGA membership. Ended up getting my membership in September of '72, and here we are.
Tom, in those early years, we mostly just kind of go to work and get our jobs done and and make $1 an hour in the beginning. But did you ever have a moment to think about what the future might be like? Could you ever have envisioned all of the things you would have accomplished?
Of course not, Frank. You especially when you're younger. I wanted to go to college. I wanted to play golf in college. I went to Foothill College for a year. Met good friends like Denny Plato and of course Gary and those professionals.